All right, good morning and welcome to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for January 5th, 2021. I'll turn to Supervisor Brandon to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Everyone will stand. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. So I'll have the clerk read our public participation procedures, and then I think Supervisor Kirk, you had okay.
In order to protect public health and the safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this Board of Supervisors meeting will be physically closed to the public. During the board meeting, citizens who wish to comment should be prepared to use our call-in line at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Public comment will be opened and closed individually for each agenda item listed below. If you wish to comment on a specific item, please call in when the board clerk has read the item. The chair will ask if there are any comments from the public, and at that time, your call will be taken in the order as received. The public comment time limit on each item is set for 3 minutes per speaker. The time limit does not apply to staff. Options for public access audio and video live streaming. Option 1, the Tuolumne County website at www.tuolumnecounty.ca.gov/745/board-meetings. Option number 2, access Tuolumne at www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live, or you can tune in on Comcast Cable 8. Option number 3, Zoom webinar via your computer at https://zoom.us/j/98737385155, or by calling in at 1-669-900-9128 with webinar ID 987-3738-5155. Important public notice. Under the Governor's Executive Order N2520, this meeting will allow members of the Board of Supervisors to participate by teleconference. And under Order N2920, accessibility requirements. If you need swift special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-6581.
Okay, and I think we lost some members of our community, and Supervisor Kirk was going to speak to that.
Yeah. So 2 people passed away in the community that both led exceptional lives and were heavily involved with community service, which is why I'm bringing them up today. The first one is Arlene Richardson. Lives up in Miwok. Anybody who lives up there knew of him kind of as like the mayor of Miwok. Little flashback in history, he knew my grandfather, and I probably met him when I was a kid. But a good man. He helped keep the Miwok library going, and just a good guy. And then also the other man is Griff Lowe. Many people who know Griff Lowe, he coached hundreds, if not thousands, of kids. There's people in their 30s, 40s who remember him being their coach. He was my coach as well. Also, if depending on where you lived in the district and in the county, he probably delivered mail to your door. Just an exceptionally great man. And so I was just going to have a moment of silence for those 2 individuals. All right, thank you guys.
All right, thank you. So we'll start with the consent agenda. Clerk, would you please read the 2 items we have for consent today? Let's read the consent items first, and then we'll see if there's any public comment. Oh, okay. Yeah, so at this time, we'll see if there's any comment on any item that's not on the printed agenda. Looks like we do have someone waiting. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Am I on?
Yep, you're on.
Good morning to the board and congratulations to the new board members. Hazy Bulldog Farms have been blessed with success. We are super aware of the economic ruin COVID has expelled on the United States. We wanted to show how big of an impact our company has made during the hardest of times. Let's start with charitable actions. At the Hazy Bulldog, we're extremely proud to present these numbers. We're grateful to the city of Sonora for taking the chance on cannabis companies. At the Hazy Bulldog, we never run from a challenge. We obliterate them. In the year 2020, we gave approximately $180,000 to the city of Sonora, which is used as a community benefit fee. We also provided 77 high-protein, high-carb, low-fat meals to families in need. During Christmas, we gave 3 gift cards exceeding $150 to Walmart, $2,500 to children programs. We paid off 21 family layaway items. When COVID first started, we gave 3 families free Chromebooks to help with distance learning. We've also paired up with local businesses who are having an extremely hard time surviving COVID. $50 gift cards for dinners at one business, and the other we provided 700 gifts paid for by Hazy Bulldog Farms for their customers as a promotion. I don't really want to go into more details because I fear Anaya Kirk and his church group will target these businesses like they target me and bully me. On top of the donations, we've been able to employ 200% over our projected totals. We now have a complete diverse group of people working for us. We have a Native American, an LGBTQ community member, a Latino, a 50-50 ratio of men to women, and most taboo of all, a redhead. This brings our payroll total to an estimated value of $350,000. So let's hear some totals. In the year 2020, the year of COVID, the most challenging time for businesses in the last 70 years, Hazy Bulldog Farms gave back to the community of Tuolumne County an estimated total of $193,631 and paid our employees $350,000, totaling over $500,000. And we took zero money from the government for COVID relief. Going into 2021, we realized the most important issue facing the board will be jobs and revenue. When we begin the commercial cannabis conversation this year, you will hear voices of opposition that will make claims but have zero real-world applications for their subjective numbers. I'd also like to take a second to highlight one individual who's the loudest and most outspoken person, Anaya Kirk. He and his family has attacked my wife, my 7-year-old daughter, my 3-year-old son repeatedly with lies. The most recent example of this is during the city council meeting. Hazy Bulldog Farms gave the Sonora Police Department a donation of about $2,500 for a children program against drugs. And I and his brother were so jealous of this, they somehow proclaimed that I bought off the city council, a group they're trying to form a relationship with due to a joint COVID task force, then shamefully proclaimed that they would give 4 times the donation. The very children they claim are most at risk, they promised $10,000 in donations. To my knowledge, they have not donated a single dollar. So moving forward, I know this is going to be a heated topic. However, I urge the newly incoming council members not to be influenced by emotional Anaya Kirk and his church group, but instead look at the facts and numbers that can actually be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Hazy Bulldog Farms cares about the community and has proven this with actions behind their promises. Make no mistake, this isn't going to be easy, and when done wrong, cannabis does have the ability to destroy a community. There's nobody in the United States with a better understanding on how to make cannabis work in our county while mitigating negative effects than me, Jeff Musiel. Trust me. Trust Hazy Bulldog Farms, and let's turn the corner for prosperity in 2021. Hazy Bulldog Farms will gladly lead the way. Thank you so much for your time. And once again, good luck to the newest council members. This county needs you guys.
Thank you very much. Hello, good morning. You're on with the board.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Lori Sylvester, and I'd like to congratulate the new board members and thank all of you for a really difficult year. I know that you have ahead of you as former supervisor. I really appreciate the challenges that you have, and I appreciate all of you for being there. I really appreciate all the voters that came out, and it was hard not to be at your swearing in yesterday, and I'd love to see, when the world is all good, a picnic out in the open sometime to congratulate all the new people and all the people that really participated in getting these elections done. Chairman Campbell, yesterday I noted I wasn't able to speak when you did the appointments to committees, and I'm hoping that all those chairs that you are listed as are placeholders until the committees meet. Can you nod yes if that's true? Or not? I guess you don't react. Okay. I just saw that you are listed as chair for a whole lot of stuff, and I know as chair of the board you've got a lot going on, and I'm hoping that the chair seats are passed around to others. I think that it's really, really important to have a lot of different representation and people doing the chair work of the different committees. And I'd also like to ask the board to to act on this year, to have mandatory accounting of attendance and full participation at meetings so that we all know what we're getting for our money, so to speak. And Calaveras has been doing that, has done it for quite a long time. They even let everybody know what their appointments were. They regularly published every week. We knew what people were going to attend, had attended or had not attended, and who they were doing appointments with on county business. So I'd like to encourage that, and I want to say good luck to all of you. So I'd love to hear at some point if you'd say about the appointments that were made to committees yesterday, if that's absolutely set or if they're going to rearrange who will be chairman of the different committees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I can say, we voted to approve the appointments yesterday. I'm looking to see if we have any other comments. Okay, good morning. You're on with the board.
Good morning. This is Barbara Dressler, and I'm calling just to congratulate our new supervisors for bringing their energy, experience, and integrity to support our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. You're on with the board.
Good morning. This is Dan Courtney, and I'm one of the neighbors on Sawmill Mountain. And I was calling to welcome the new board members on board, and also to mention that as a property owner on Sawmill Mountain, of course, you're probably aware we're very concerned about the votes that happened last week by the outgoing Board of Supervisors. We don't think it was appropriate, given that they had been basically the election had happened 2 months ago, and in the case of our district, the outcome was determined more than 6 months ago. We were really hoping that they would hold on and let the new board take up this matter and weigh in and make the decisions. One of the supervisors, I think it was John Gray, sorry, maybe Kurt, sorry, choking a little bit here, or maybe Kurt Rutherford had said that it would take 6 months for the new board to get up to speed, and that was one reason why they forged ahead with it. I would disagree with that. I don't think it would take you guys that long. Everybody's intelligent and can, get through these documents. Speaking of which, the major issue is that the documents were totally incomplete and inadequate. For example, on the sewage, they didn't include the information allowing for a sewer study, such as topo maps, distance to domestic wells, or anything. And this is one of about 20 examples of missing information, including on the fire. They didn't include the information on the fires responded to by the Forest Service, which, of course, is who responds to wildfires, and this is in the middle of the forest. So in closing, the situation now is that there are at least 2 lawsuits coming forward from groups or neighbors who want those votes overturned. I would plead with you to look into this. There were apparent Brown Act violations and other, let's just say, irregularities in addition to the way that an incomplete and inadequate EIR was rushed through, such as leaving out all CSERC's comments until the day before the New Year's Eve meeting. So I would request that you look into this and see if there's a way to rehear the appeals. That's common with CEQA, and actually in some cases CEQA requires that appeals be reheard within 10 days in order for an individual to proceed forward with grievances. So that's a common practice to rehear appeals. And I think you guys really need to weigh in on this and analyze it and look at it, because both of these projects are going to be major and have major impacts for years and years to come. And you're the ones that are going to be dealing with it. So I really think it's appropriate that this board is the one that makes the decisions. Thank you for your time, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Okay, it looks like we don't have any other folks calling in. Thank you very much to everyone that called in. And I wanted to go back to Ms. Sylvester's question and answer it a little more clearly. On the first point, I absolutely hope that we can have a picnic for all the board members and staff and all of these people who've worked so hard to, get us to this point. That's a fantastic idea, and I think it's something everybody wants to do. The other point she had asked about the committee appointments. Traditionally, we try to divvy those up as evenly as possible, and I did end up with committees that say chairman, but we are equally, more or less equally distributed committees, and they were approved by this board yesterday. So even though there's a C next to some of the appointments that I'm on, it's as equally distributed as we could possibly do. Okay. I'll look to see if there's any comments from staff not on the printed agenda. Okay. All right. So we don't have any staff presentations. Okay. Let's move on to the consent.
Item 1, approving the minutes of the December 15, 2020, December 17, 2020, December 29, 2020, December 31, 2020, and January 4, 2021 meetings. Item number 2, approving the reappointment of Carol Southern to the Area 12 Agency on Aging Advisory Council for a 4-year term to end on September 30th, 2024.
All right. So I'll look to see if any board member would like to pull an item from the consent calendar for further discussion.
I would like to ask a procedural question, if
Sure.
I may,
Yeah.
actually to County Council. Since I nor some of the other new members were not officially at these meetings, I attended everyone via, video. Can we approve?
Yes, as long as you have actually watched the meetings, you're allowed to approve the minutes.
Okay. Any other questions or items a board member would like to discuss? Okay. Any public comment on the consent calendar? All right. Seeing no public comment, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent. Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Okay. 5-0. All right. So we'll move on to our first 9 o'clock appointment. Actually, I think it's our only 9 o'clock appointment. Clerk, will you please read that appointment for us?
Nine a.m. presentation and planning status update of the novel coronavirus, COVID-19.
Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning, Chairman Campbell, Vice Chair Kirk, and welcome Supervisors Half, Goldenberg, and Brandon to our first 2021 COVID-19 update. My name is Rebecca Spino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. Today's presentation will feel a little bit different because Dr. Cernjenko will deliver his portion of the presentation virtually, but we are confident he will be just as magical as he is in person. During our last presentation, we were super excited about receiving our first shipment of the Pfizer vaccine. And since then, we've received both the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccine, and vaccinations are underway. As you can imagine, there's a lot of community interest in getting vaccinated, and we are hopeful that many questions will be answered today during our presentation. Also, we have re-added the non-medical impacts of COVID to the presentation, and we will continue to do so if it pleases your board. And lastly, I want to once again take this opportunity to thank our public health team and all our partners for being instrumental in helping us with this, to fight this monster. Without further delay, Dr. Surjanko.
So good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board. Just doing a quick sound check. How do I sound? I know I can hear everyone there very well, but is my voice coming through?
Yep, we're hearing you. It's a little quiet. I'm not sure if we can turn up the volume a bit.
I'll lean in a little bit. I don't have my boom mic with me, so I'll lean in a little bit, see if that makes it louder as well.
Okay, we're hearing you clearly now. Morning, Doctor.
Great. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board. Welcome to the new Board members, and I apologize for not being up there. It has been a busy 3 weeks since we last met, and especially this last week with lots of holiday travel, and we're already starting to see cases from that. I believe Christine is driving my slides, so we should be on our first slide. And just looking at changes since the last 3 weeks, averaging about 400 cases a week over the last 3 weeks, including a number of prison inmates associated with the Sierra Conservation Center. And then, as we've said in previous presentations, as we see an increase in the number of cases, we see about a 1 to 2 week lag before we start seeing hospitalizations and associated deaths with those. And so as of last night, we were seeing 14 hospitalized cases, of which those, a number of them are Tuolumne County residents, but at least 2 of them are for sure. The concern is that currently at Adventist Sonora, as of last night, the ICU was full, of which 2 of those were COVID positive, and then 5 of the 6 in the step-down unit. And so as Dr. Hurd was presenting at our last meeting, they can surge into other bed space if they needed to, such as the post-anesthesia care unit, and that's a consideration that they're working on, and we'll refer to that later in our presentation. Next, please. So again, in terms of active cases and daily cases, we're continuing to see a large number in excess of what would be considered in the red or orange tiers. We've been consistently looking at our metrics in the purple tier, even if we take away our inmates associated with Sierra Conservation Camp. Next, please. I believe, Christine, you were going to mention that this is coming back as a active tab.
Yeah, so back on this slide real quick. As you may know, the demographics tab has been down for a number of weeks as our epidemiological team looks at the data and cleans up and makes sure we don't have any duplicates in there. As we were doing that, we looked at the dashboards of counties in our region as well as the state to see how they report out their data. And so we are at a point where we are ready to go back live, and we wanted to update your board that the main changes will be, instead of reporting the total tested, which reflects unique residents that have been tested, we will be switching over to reporting the total number of tests administered, which is a better reflection of the testing level in our community. We are also going to change how we report our demographics with updated data so that duplicates are removed and reported to the most accurate count that we have available through all of our reporting systems. We will be adding an age category, ages 0 to 17, I believe, to better reflect the number of school-age children that are affected by COVID-19. We anticipate that these changes will be up, hopefully, by the end of the week. But other than that, the demographics tab will be up with as accurate information as we have possible, and open to any questions you have at the end.
All right, so again, one of the tabs that's going active again is our episode date, and the episode date is important because that's the onset of illness or the date a test is positive, whichever is the earliest, and that reflects or aligns with the blueprint for a safer economy, where they want to know when is the disease rather than when it is reported. report. And so having that and being able to look at that allows us to align our data with the state.
Sorry, Doctor, you're kind of cutting out. I missed the last sentence or two.
Okay, no, just again, the blueprint case rate is shown on this slide aligns us with the state and their metrics.
Okay.
All right. And again, thinking about the state, we are continuing to see a trend upward both in positive cases and in total deaths. And this is largely driven by both the Southern California region and the San Joaquin Valley region, of which we are part of. It's interesting to note at this point that about 1 in 80 people in Los Angeles County is an active infection, not just having been exposed to becoming a case, but is currently active with COVID disease. Next. This is our current tier assignment under the Blueprint for a Safer Economy. And again, the regional stay-at-home order is layered over this, so that when we come out of the regional stay-at-home order, we will go back into the purple tier and the restrictions associated with that. Next. These are our current metrics, and actually this does reflect a slight downward trend, both in terms of the new cases per 100,000 as well as the positivity rate. This has actually been coming down gradually, and I think that's encouraging and continue to be encouraged by that. It means that we are having some folks adhering to those guidelines that will reduce transmission of disease. Next. I did mention the regional stay-at-home order. During the holiday break, we had our first look at whether we could come out of the regional stay-at-home order. And unfortunately, we did not see a increased availability of ICU beds. The metric to come out of the regional stay-at-home order is having ICU bed availability projected to be above 15% at 4 weeks from the date of measure. And direct stuff that's been out in the media, the state is actually looking at this data on a daily basis and making decisions on a bi-weekly basis. So that at any point in time, we see that trend lift. We don't have to wait 3 weeks to reevaluate. It goes on a twice-weekly basis. That said, we are currently still at 0%, and the modeling that we have going forward for the next 4 weeks shows that we're still trending well below 15%. Next. That said, I do think it's important to look at our data locally. This is our Yosemite Gateway Area Coordination for the new members of the board. Tuolumne County works in conjunction with the other counties that are gateways to Yosemite, so Madera, Mariposa, and Monroe County, along with the park leadership to work together on common policy issues. But one of those things that comes out of the Yosemite Gateway Area Coordination Team is shared data and shared situational awareness, where we can see what is happening not only in our own jurisdiction, but in our surrounding jurisdictions. We are the light blue line on this graphic. So we really saw our peak of cases immediately after the week to 10 days following Halloween. We've been on a slow decline of number of new cases since then. And so that, again, is encouraging. I would say, I would caution probably the last 4 or 5 days from Christmas going forward is probably either data lag or underreporting, because we had some days with our state-run testing site that it was not open. And also people were testing less over the holidays. So my concern is we are seeing a downward trend, but the question is what will happen with the travel associated with Christmas and New Year's and the gatherings associated with that. We anticipate seeing more cases over the next couple of weeks and perhaps an upturn rather than a flat. Next. So a little bit about surge. Again, we had the California stats for number of new patients, but this is reflecting in the number of patients that are being hospitalized and all residing in the ICU. That continues to go upward. Next. If we look at our surge model, that is something that the state runs for us on a daily basis, and it does change based upon our current load level in the county as well as in the state. So at this point in time, we're looking at a peak of 19 patients daily on the 2nd of February. The model is not refined enough to let us know whether it's ICU versus a medical surgical patient, but it just gives us a planning factor so that we can look at what the impact will be to our regional health system. And doing that, we've been working with the hospital as well as EMS and other state agencies to build the capacity needed to meet that peak. And I think, again, given that projected numbers, we're probably going to do okay, but not great. We've been able to do to meet the requirements of COVID patients. I will say, in talking with the hospital team, their concern is continuing to find specialists and subspecialists for people who are coming into the hospital for not necessarily COVID reasons, but other medical conditions that require tertiary care. Specifically, the issue over the last week was finding dialysis services for people that were having kidney issues. So that will continue to bump up against not necessarily, again, COVID stuff, but because all the ICUs in the valley are full, the inability to refer people to tertiary care and flying them, I'll say for Mariposa down here, and I know that up at Venice, we've had to transfer patients over to Nevada because of the lack of availability of beds in the state. Next.
So,
we're going to talk about testing.
Yeah. As you can see on the slide, over 21,000 county residents have been tested, and starting this week, we will switch over to reporting the total number of administered tests. We are aware of the staffing shortages experienced at the opt-in testing site, which has resulted in unexpected closures of the site. We are working with LHI on maintaining those operations, and they have started strategies such as recruiting nurses from out of state to maintain their staffing levels. Public Health will continue to communicate with LHI on maintaining operations and supporting testing site here in Tuolumne County. As always, though, the site is still open when there's appropriate staffing 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Also, Tuolumne County was approved for a travel testing team, which will start on 1/13/2021. This testing team will be shared with Tuolumne County, Mariposa, Calaveras, as well as Yosemite National Park. We are still working on the logistics of that travel test site for Tuolumne County and finalizing dates and some details, but the sites will be located at the Groveland Community Hall and the Tuolumne Community Hall.
Could you go back to that last slide real quick? So we had those days when the site was closed unexpectedly. How much communication did public health receive before? Because it wasn't on us on our end.
Yeah,
the staffing problem wasn't on public health's end; it was on the contractor's side. Did they communicate ahead of time that they would have to close it?
Shelley?
Good morning. So we did not get advance notice. We were notified in the morning most of those days that they were having issues and that they would be trying throughout the day to get staffing. I think one of the days we didn't learn till later in the morning. So we've been working with the LHI management team to also try to improve that communications timeline so that we're aware a little bit more in advance, but I don't know, I can't speak to whether or not how much notice they had. I think sometimes they're even unaware that nursing staff just aren't able to show up that morning, but that's part of the communications and coordination with the management team that we will continue to have is improved communications and whatever we can do to help them and support to get staffing up to.
So they're working pretty much on the edge where if they have one person calling sick, they can't operate. Is that?
Yeah, I mean the days when they only have one lane operational, there's one nurse to do the swabbing, so that's it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Any way we can communicate better with them because, you know, we're able to share with the public. I think the public's pretty understanding if they are informed about what's happening there, that they're having these staffing issues. I think there was just a little bit of frustration with LHI because nobody knew why the testing site was closed. So communication, obviously, as oftentimes is very important. So.
And on that same topic, when they do cancel appointments, are they notifying the people who have been scheduled to test? I had some constituents reach out saying like 10 minutes before their appointment, they were notified. Some of them are already driving down to get tested. Is that something we notify or the?
No, that's through the LHI system.
Okay. All right. And then if they do have to cancel, is there other places they can go out of county? What would be the closest out of county testing site?
There are other state testing sites nearby, so we recommend the ones that are down in the valley. There is a map that we can provide as well to the public and post that brings up all of those free state testing sites. So I know there are locations in Oakdale, Modesto, Mariposa, Merced that are within that hour driving distance.
And would they require an appointment as well?
I believe appointments are preferred if possible. For cancellations, we will try and work with LHI. I know they've been accepting walk-ins for canceled appointments on closed days for individuals who had appointments.
Okay, thank you.
So if I could speak to this too. So I personally had 2 tests that were canceled. So I had the first one and then I rescheduled and my next appointment was canceled as well. The first time they did make a pretty good attempt on contacting. I received a text and then a phone call, but there was no staff at the facility at all, which so you had a group of people that were there all wondering what was going on, of course. Second time, at least they had the security person was there, so that was beneficial. Not a lot of information, but just the timeliness, you know, right, people. And I realize it's not under our control, you know, with our public health, but in communicating that with them, with the state, you know, if they can, you don't know when somebody's going to call in and disrupt. So I understand that portion. But okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a suggestion also that I'd like to make at this time, since we're talking about the state site at the fairgrounds. I know when I was the OES coordinator, we had community lines, phone lines that could be activated. And it's something simple, and I'm wondering if there could be any kind of coordination between the state site and, I don't know if it'd be public health or whomever. I know public health is heavily burdened right now, but for the public to think that they have an appointment to come all the way down to the test site and find out that there's nobody there, I'd really like to see some kind of coordination where they can have a line to call, that there's a recording on it, says, sorry, all, you know, testing appointments have been canceled for today for lack of staff or whatever. So they have a check-in point before they travel, because some travel from Groveland and or possibly Pinecrest or other points that are far away. So I'd like that to be taken into consideration if possible. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We can, our call center, our COVID call center is open 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. And what we can do is make sure that when, again, that timeline sometimes is like then we don't know until it's happening, but we can make sure that our call center folks, I think we do that, but we can make sure that our call center folks are aware if the site is being closed that day, so people can call our call center, 533-7440 in the morning before they head out, and just, you know, to double check that it's open.
Maybe we can make that phone number just readily available to everywhere you can think of, so that the public knows.
Is that phone number posted at the testing site?
I don't believe so, but we can get the appropriate information out for the public, for public health as well, and continue to work with the state, our testing unit and the testing task force on these issues and communication as well.
Okay.
So
yeah, just to put it out there, that call before coming in, even if you have an appointment, call this number, big numbers. Thank you.
So the difficulty, though, is for the earlier appointments.
Yes.
You know, so I had 7:30 and 8 o'clock appointments in my case. And many people do that if they're trying to get in a test before they go to work or go into work just slightly late. So we may want to kind of think that over and consider. All of this depends on getting communication, of course, from LHI that gives us the information that we can pass on. So,
Absolutely. So.
yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, go ahead and continue on with your presentation, please.
So continuing on with testing, we have just passed the holiday season, so we strongly encourage any community members who have traveled or were with people outside of their household bubble to consider getting tested 5 days after last contact at the state testing site at any of their providers or other testing locations. Other recommendations for testing are here on the slide, but we do recommend routine testing every 14 to 28 days if you are out or regularly work with the public. As always, here's our information for our testing site, and we will work with our testing unit to have our public health information physically at the facility as well.
All right. I'm going to spend a moment talking about vaccine planning. And we are moving forward with administering vaccines. And as you can see on that first bullet, we've already received our first shipment of Pfizer and then 2 shipments of the Moderna vaccines as of Sunday. And we have more of the Pfizer vaccine arriving either later today or tomorrow. That is the scheduled second round of the 2-dose series of the Pfizer vaccine. And then currently we have our phase 1A tiers 1 and 2 that are being administered that vaccine. Tier 1 are our frontline healthcare workers, including EMS, hospital staff, et cetera. Tier 2 is getting into other people who are taking direct patient care, but maybe people like in-home supportive services or primary care clinics. And then I should also mention that within Tier 1 are our skilled nursing facilities, both the residents of those skilled nursing facilities and their staff. And we're well underway into doing that on a daily basis. Who is doing that is there is a federal contract that is a partnership with CVS Walgreens that is ministering to our skilled nursing facilities. And again, that's both residents and staff. We did make a decision in conjunction with Adventist to do some of their staff here because of the timeline that was being projected for the Adventist facilities. For the Avalon nursing home, they actually are getting them early on in the month of January. The Adventist Health is administering to their staff currently, and then Public Health is getting into the other Tier 1 and 2 candidates that would not be eligible to get them either through CVS Walgreens or through the healthcare facilities. Next.
If I could ask a question, please, Doctor, regarding you indicated the perhaps Pfizer might come in another round today. Do we have an amount of how many we're expecting to receive?
I believe that should be 975 as well, because that's the second round of the Pfizer dosing.
Sorry, Doctor, you broke up there. I heard 175 or so. I didn't hear the number
It's
actually.
975.
975?
Yeah, it's the shipment for the second doses. It's the second round, so.
Okay.
You need to get 2 doses of vaccine, and so we're receiving the same amount of Pfizer again today or tomorrow. That will be the second doses for the people who received the first dose about 3 weeks ago.
Okay, so it doesn't actually represent an increase in vaccinations. It's the second round for the first people in Tier A.
Yeah, phase 1A, tiers 1 and 2.
1A, 2, yeah. Okay.
So just to follow up then, you know, pre coming on and being sworn in yesterday and then and since yesterday, the question I get asked over and over again is the vaccine plan. And I realize we're receiving a lot of information here today. What are we looking at? How are we going to disseminate this to the public?
And can we let the doctor finish his presentation? And I think he might be
Okay.
going over that.
Yeah, we
All
might.
right. Thanks. It may be addressed in this slide. So, yeah, we are developing plans. We submitted our plan to the state yesterday, and actually looking at what resources the state could help us with in terms of disseminating the vaccine, because as you know, our public health staff is spread fairly thin. So we will be developing plans in conjunction with our healthcare facilities, so recruiting them into the effort. But as we flesh out those plans where people can get the vaccines and when they can get those vaccines, when their tier becomes eligible, what those tiers are, will be at our COVID vaccine webpage, which is included there in that last bullet. Next.
My mic keeps cutting out. So I think
So does mine. Okay,
what
let's go.
the doctor had said was that the last bullet there gives a website that provides information about the different tiers and at what point various individuals and various professions and points in the community will be eligible for the vaccine. So that website there is where you can go to get more information about the vaccination plan. I've looked at it quite extensively, and it's complicated, and it shows that it's going to take a long time, I think, for every level of the community to get vaccinated, but at least that information is there, and there is a plan moving forward. We just need to get those vaccines in as quickly as we can. Did that cover it about accurately, Doctor?
That was beautiful, sir. Yeah, it is complex, and I think this next slide shows that level of complexity, is that the federal government, through the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, and then the parallel here at the state level, have laid out these phases and tiers within those phases of when people will get vaccinated. And what I will say is that if we have someone who is in a tier and we've already gone through that tier, that person can still get vaccinated. So again, as an example of someone who works in an emergency department, misses their opportunity as we move into phase 1B, we'll still catch up with them. The other thing is while we want to stay within the phases and tiers as much as possible, the overarching goal is to not waste any vaccines. So if we are vaccinating a group in tier 3 and we have no further takers for the vaccine, we will then look at moving into phase 1B and getting tier 1 recipients rather than waste that dosing. So I think that's an overarching goal, is how do we optimize the number of vaccines and the number of arms in the shortest time possible while still respecting the tier and the priority that we have established to get our community protected. Next.
Dr. Sajenko, one question really quick. Is there a distinction being made between, I think I'm a little bit hot on that mic, a distinction being made between permanent or temporary healthcare employees?
No, so and the other distinction that is being made is that for healthcare workers, it's where they're working right now. So if we have, as an example, a Mariposa resident who's working at Sonora, Adventist Sonora, that person would get vaccinated at their healthcare facility where they work.
So temporary healthcare employees in the county, as they come in, will still be able to get the same access as permanent employees, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
It's fun. Hi, good morning, Corey Allen. May I take this off? Deputy Director with the Health and Human Services Agency, Chairman, members of the board. I'm here to speak with you about your Education and Compliance Division of the COVID response. What I want to do is to simply update you with a few of our figures. We have now 226 businesses that have received a complaint from your public since the inception of this unit back in June. We are now at 545 complaints. And as a point of reference, just look at from the last 2 weeks, that's 15 new businesses identified by your public and 75 new complaints. We do still see a continued 65% compliance rate. And I want to clarify that number. That's not 65% of all businesses. That is 65% of that 226 who have received a complaint. And it really does sort of skew the numbers when you're thinking about all of those businesses that have not been identified in either way. And I just want to sort of frame that for you. The Business Compliance Division is also focused on conducting technical reviews and plan reviews for any of those events that you see in your community, so that if you have an outdoor event or street fair, gathering, outdoor market, we do go through all of the guidelines with those entities that want to conduct those types of business options, and we support them through that process. Since the stay-at-home order, so it's been approximately 4 weeks, we have now sent 14 letters for oversight. Since our last board meeting, we did update our process, which sort of shortens the time frame between our first contact with a business entity and response. So I just wanted to give you that perspective. The other things I wanted to point out to you is, when I speak with my team, it's a small team now. You have one supervisor who's working every day on this effort and 2 part-time individuals. And when I ask them what it is that's right now drawing sort of their priorities and focus, they said that they have received 139 calls just in the month of December that aren't even captured in the complaint calls. Those are calls that say things like, what is and isn't allowed during a stay-at-home order? Some complaints regarding businesses that are serving inside when they should be serving food outside. Questions regarding the PPE grant. Numerous concerns regarding churches, congregations, Airbnbs that don't necessarily always fall within, say, a business compliance. Requests from the public for information that actually give details about what we are doing, and we do respond to those every week. Clarification about what is and is not an essential worker, and that usually has to do with lodging and the large groups that are being seen with Airbnbs. Questions from employees who have been exposed at work and are being asked to come into work rather than follow the quarantine directives. So you can see it goes on, just the additional efforts that are being done that I don't always calculate here in your board presentation. So with that, I just wanted to point out that if businesses or individuals, on the next slide please, have any questions about the guidance, they can see it through https://covid19.ca.gov/industry guidance. And we also are always available at 533-7440 or via email health@tuolumnecounty.ca.gov. Before I move, really stay on that, I wanted to point out that there are other impacts that are non-medical impacts due to COVID. Christina? Thank you so much.
Do you want to interject?
Yeah. So Dr. Surjenko does have to drop off at 10, before 10, so if you have any final questions for him, he has a few more minutes.
Could you speak into the mic?
Dr. Surjenko just put in the chat that he has to drop off by 10, so if you have any final questions for him.
Drop off by 10. So do we have any questions for Dr. Surjenko? I guess I'll start with Supervisor Haff.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment that I'm hoping that you will be able to give a presentation to us during our orientation. We have 3 meetings coming up, board meetings coming up for orientation, and if not, I wanted to say right here, I'd like to make an appointment with you, Dr. Surjenko, to go over some things to better my understanding. Thank you.
Sure, yeah, I'll work with the clerk of the board to find out what those times are and see what for us to meet. That would be great.
Yeah, and I think Dr. Surjenko and all of public health is going to present during the board workshops. Yeah. Supervisor Kirk, any questions for Dr. Surjenko?
It's not directly for Surjenko. Do we know if we're going to have Dr. Oh, I'm sorry, what's his name? From Public Health or from United Health? No, okay. I do have some questions, but I don't think they're directly related to you. Perhaps the next board meeting we could get the doctor from Sonora Regional, Dr. Hurd. That's who.
Okay.
Perhaps we could get him. I do have some questions for him, but that'll be another day. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Goldenberg?
None at this time, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Brandon?
Just want to say thank you, Dr. Surjenko, and also I look forward to a chance. Hopefully, we'll be able to discuss COVID-19, and we're getting a very good, I think, presentation of some overall information. We're stepping into this office to get us familiar with it, but I think we could have a very, very, very long conversation about this, and I look forward to an opportunity to have that talk.
Yes, and
all right.
And I agree completely with that. Dr. Surjenko is a victim of his own competence, and as a result, there are many, many demands on his time, and many folks that would like to meet with him on a daily basis. And so we are grateful for when he's available, and I'm sure he's going to make every effort to be available for this board as much as possible.
Yeah, just today is an interesting day with multiple conflicting appointments all at the same Tuesday morning.
All right, thank you. Okay, did you, Corey, or?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Surjenko.
Thank you, Doctor. Ms. Allen, you can.
Thank you so much, Chair. So sometimes you'll see me presenting to you around the business education and compliance and maybe notice a bit of a conflict in what I'm trying to attempt with that team to meet the needs of protecting your community. And that conflict comes at the hands of the other work that I do within social services, which is to protect elders, adults, and families. So our HSA director requested that we really look into what's happening in the world of family violence right now. And so what we did was we spoke with the Center for a Nonviolent Community, and they provided us information regarding statistics in the 1 year prior to the start of the pandemic. And then we compared that to what's happened in the last 9 months. So you can see domestic violence support services. We saw 6,000 units of service to just under 200 survivors. And just in 9 months since the start of the pandemic, we've only seen 3,000 units of service to the same number or more. And that has a lot to do with their ability to provide in-person support to individuals suffering at the hands of domestic violence. Financial support is a critical component of providing support to survivors. We saw in the 1 year prior to the pandemic, $87,000 in things like food, shelter, housing, to 116 survivors. And in just 9 months since the pandemic began, $82,000 to 182 survivors, and that number continues to grow. Emergency shelter availability, 3,800 overnights was provided to 70 survivors in the 1 year prior to the pandemic. We now have more survivors and less availability for sheltering, due specifically to the impacts of COVID and availability. Sexual assault is also incredibly worrisome during a pandemic. In the prior year, we had 55 survivors that disclosed sexual assault. In the 9 months since the pandemic, that number has dreadfully dropped to only 19. And what's most compelling of everything I'm going to share with you today is that in this last 9 months, 26% of those 19 individuals required hospital accompaniments in order to be treated for their injuries. And almost 16% of them required a medical sexual assault exam. Those numbers are highly compelling and also is something that the Health and Human Services Agency is very mindful of during this pandemic.
Hey, Corey, before we move forward, can I ask
a
question real quick? So, I mean, initially when you look at this, like if you look at domestic violence, 6,136 down to 2,897, and then sexual assaults, 55 down to 19, you think, oh, it's a downward trend. But if I'm interpreting it right, really what that is less reporting because of the effects, right?
So you're speaking of the domestic violence
Because-
units of service from 6,000 to almost 3,000?
Right. What I'm saying is if I'm reading this right, there's less reporting going on, which is
Yes.
actually a bad thing.
There is far less reporting as individuals are isolating at home.
right.
Correct.
Same thing with the sexual assaults, working in law enforcement. Obviously, if you have the ability, if a kid has the ability to go to school and disclose something to a teacher, or if you're not isolated, you have the ability to make reports much more readily.
Absolutely. And you're referencing now, even in child welfare services, we will likely see similar trends. Right. And this particular focus is on those adults that aren't going to their places of work or other socializing locations where they can have opportunities.
I just want to make that clear to the public and to the board at large. It's not a good trend.
Absolutely. Thank you for noting that. You can see it clearly in the sexual assault decline of those that have disclosed. And on the next slide, you can see there truly are the barriers in serving survivors due to COVID-19. So the advocates through Center for Nonviolent Community are not able to go into the hospital setting to the same degree that they once did for the very reasons that we all see today when your loved one is in the hospital from anything from giving a birth to unfortunately passing away, as family members are not able to be there. When you're struggling with abuse or sexual assault and you can't have an advocate in the room, that is a significant impact. The lethality of what we are seeing, that is the severity of the harm, is what's most compelling as well. So in your sexual assault, you may see 55 in the prior year individuals reporting, but the 19 in the pandemic year that have reported, the severity of those are far greater, and that is what Center for a Nonviolent Community is sort of imploring on us to understand. The way that I can wrap up and highlight what this looks like is on our final slide, which is to quote CNBC when they say, "We will see the true increase in these numbers when individuals are no longer in quarantine and able to return to their jobs and other social outlets. As of right now, there are countless people who are trapped with their harmers with no access to support and no one to disclose to. It is vital that we are prepared to support these survivors and are proactive in having safety services available. We need to assure them that their community has not forgotten them just because we cannot hear them." I want to thank Heather Carter, the co-director of Center for Nonviolent Community, for providing us this information. And I hope that this information has helped sort of give the broader picture to you during this time.
If we could go back to your business reporting briefly.
Yes, Supervisor.
So the 226 businesses, thank you for clarifying that the percentages was based on those businesses and not the totality in the county. But in looking at that, 65% compliant is roughly 150, yet non-compliant is 80. So that's quite a number of businesses, if I'm reading those numbers correctly. So 35% that aren't compliant to the 226 would be roughly 80. So I realize there's a lot of complexities here, but and the things that contribute to the spread, vary, with gatherings being a huge part of it. But the business side too, we still need to keep trying to determine how we're going to best address that. It's very difficult that our businesses are suffering greatly, and we want to see how to get them open. We've got restrictions from the state, of course, on what we can and cannot do. Would like further discussion, on this, and I feel that our board needs to look at this closer and provide clear direction, to your staff, on what we're going to do or not do in these areas. I would like to even consider perhaps putting together some sort of, I know we have different groups now that are out there, but perhaps we can take a fresh look, some sort of task force that could be formulated with the key players from throughout county government, including the city of Sonora, a representative from there, of course. and where we go with that, how quickly we could put something together, the cohesiveness, whether or not we need to perhaps even schedule a special board meeting where we have ample time to discuss that. So I just want to put that on the table for consideration.
So Ms. Allen, could you, excuse me, could you go through some of the, because there already are, I think some of the things you're trying to get to are in place to some degree. Could you go through some of the task forces that exist right now and what their functions are?
Specific to business education, sir?
Specific to our, well, were you speaking specific to business education?
No,
or
I mean,
in
that's
general?
a large part of my concern, but overall, and I realize that we do have processes and groups that are meeting daily, weekly. I'm not sure that we have a group just from cross agencies discussing some of these things.
Okay. Well,
It's an excellent question. I think I would defer to our public health director, Michelle Jaquetta, on what types of task forces exist specifically around the entire pandemic response.
Well, our COVID response is based out of our Public Health Department Operations Center, which is operated at the Incident Command System. I believe you're familiar with that. So we've got all of those units and sections that are working on the various areas of response. So that's something that we could address during our board orientation, either at the one that's already scheduled or something that's subsequent. And the Education and Compliance Division is a separate section that was formed by the board to address these particular issues. So.
Okay, and granted, we're just coming on board, so there's a lot of information that we need to understand better and be brought up to speed. So look forward to receiving more.
And Supervisor Goldenberg, our Business Education and Compliance Division coordinates regularly with the Sonora City Chief and City Administrator, as well as with our local sheriff. We're in somewhat regular contact, and we do ensure that each oversight letter that goes out is also disseminated to each of those entities so that we can continue those coordinations, as well as with Public Works and the Community Development Department.
Okay.
And I have a quick question, actually a point of clarification for you, Ms. Allen. On the education and compliance slide, you had said that there were 15 new businesses identified and 75 new complaints. I'm having trouble with my mask. Sorry. The 75 new complaints, are those individually different complaints, or are a lot of them concerning one event? I'd like to, going forward, I would like to have that clarified because I know, I don't remember when it was, towards the end of the year, there was one business downtown that was open for a gathering. And so, maybe all of those 75 new complaints were about that. So I'd like a little more clarification going forward.
I understand. Thank you so much, Supervisor Half. I can state that the complaints that come in have included a broad spectrum of locations and styles of businesses. Many of the more recent complaints are specifically related to the most recent adjustment in the business's capacity to do their type of work, whether it be a restaurant who had prepped through all the PPE it prepped to serve outdoors, and then we're told now it's strictly to go. So there's a lot of complaints relating to how businesses have adjusted or not adjusted to such significant changes in rules, guidelines, and orders. Same with spas and gyms. So it is an actual broad spectrum, and I will work with my team to get our data to be a little clearer in that. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I just wanted to echo a couple of the things that I've also been wondering about myself. And I have, I think, a great interest in potentially what can we do as elected leaders and being able to be part of those groups and providing potentially whether it's helping get volunteers or helping with the distribution of information, that type of a task force to offer maybe a expanded purpose of what value we can provide to it. And also the special meeting, I think, was a really great idea. Potentially to ask a lot of these questions. As Supervisor Half mentioned, I would be very interested in learning more about how these business designations and types would be split up. Specifically, we had, if people watching the City Council meeting, the same one they mentioned that one particular big box store in town hadn't had a complaint filed against it, according to that statement, since August. And that is one that everybody thinks of. And so I'd be very interested in seeing, compared to large box retail to small business, what the proportion of the complaints and the compliance rate's been. So that type of information, I think, would be very valuable in us making any type of a decision there.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so just one more section on communications and information. Again, our COVID data dashboard is available by going, that's a odd, hard to speak bit.ly link there, but you can find that by going to the Tuolumne County Public Health website, tuolumecounty.ca.gov, and search public health. And there's a link to it right there. It's also on our Facebook page. Our Facebook page can be found by searching Tuolumne County Public Health. Again, the official Tuolumne County website has all sorts of links and information. The community resources portal is still live. That's where people can find information about financial assistance, housing, food services, other things that are related to services impacted by COVID. And our call center, again, is open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, 533-7440. And you can also email us at health@tuolumecounty.ca.gov. And to close, just want to remind the public that these measures will still help us to lower disease transmission and the impact to our healthcare system. Wear a face covering, maintain 6 feet of physical distance, minimize contact with people outside of your household, wash your hands and increase cleaning, stay home if you are sick, isolate and quarantine as instructed to prevent further transmission, and get tested. And if you have any questions, again, there's our phone number and our email, and the link to appointments again for the COVID testing.
All right, thank you. Before we see if there's any other follow-up questions, I'm going to see if we have any public comment. Looks like we do. So whenever they're available, we'll get them on. Okay. Hello?
Yes, this is Barbara Dressler. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, I have an echo on my end. Let me know if it's apparent on your end. These questions might be more appropriate for Dr. Strugieko, but I'm going to ask you, and you can pass them along if more appropriate. It was just announced today by the LA Times that yesterday, LA County Emergency Medical Services Agency issued a directive that no patient with an oxygen level below 90% blood saturation would receive oxygen, and that no patients would be transferred to hospitals who have little to no chance of survival. So my question is can we foresee that situation with our limited medical resources in Tuolumne County occurring? And so I'll leave that one. The next one, my question is also, I don't remember having mentioned how many vaccines have been given, of the number of vaccinations or vaccines we've received so far, and within what time period. The interest being, one of the concerns is how quickly vaccinations are being delivered to patients. And that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to check real quick to see if there's any other comments. So I think the two questions, and apologies if I'm not stating this exactly correctly, were about surge planning and what is the plan in the event that we have to, I guess you'd say, triage the level of danger for the individual. What kind of planning is going on in that respect?
So throughout the state, hospitals are planning for what's called contingency and crisis standards of care. Of course, we hope that that won't happen locally, or anywhere, but we are seeing evidence of that in the Southern California primarily. But hospitals are planning for that, and there's regular standards of care, and then you can move into contingency standards of care, which is like surge, and then crisis standards of care when you get to what like the caller described. So, and perhaps Dr. Hurd can address that a little bit about how the hospital is planning for that. There are statewide plans that hospitals can use for moving into that, and that involves communication with the public health and the MOAC, the Medical Health Operational Area Coordinator, for when the hospital feels like they are getting close to having to implement those standards of care.
So is that part of, there's a tent now at the hospital, is that what that is for?
Not necessarily, that's to absorb some surge from the emergency department, but again, the hospital could speak to that a little bit better, but that, yeah.
Okay, but I guess the point that I think a lot of people would like to know is that we do still have surge capacity in Tuolumne County.
Yes, and I will add to what Shelley has is we meet weekly with county OES and have coordination calls weekly with the hospital to assess where they're at in their tiers of surge, and and we assess what their resource and staffing needs are, and do have weekly coordination going on to assess that here in our county as we monitor our region as well.
And I think there's a lot of concern when people see that in our region there's 0% capacity in our medical system, but we are lumped in with San Joaquin and other larger areas that are having more difficulty. But we do actually have some leeway still left in the county. I think the other question was about the vaccinations. It's over 900 that were delivered to our county, but I think we shared that with
Right.
other counties as well.
Yes, we received 975 doses of Pfizer. Oh, am I on? Yeah, 975 doses of Pfizer and 600 doses of Moderna vaccine. Out of those 975 doses, part of the state's redistribution plan was that we provided a large number of that to the hospital to vaccinate healthcare personnel, and also with Mariposa County, surrounding counties, so we were able to do that. And again, the vaccine that we'll be receiving, the other Pfizer that we're receiving this week, will be for the second doses for those. So those will be redistributed in the same way, and those will get out. And I believe we're almost through all of the Pfizer vaccine. And we will be moving into the next, finishing up tiers 1 and 2 and moving into tier 3 with the Moderna vaccine. So, and agreed, we want to, not sit on vaccine. We want to get that out, and that's what our plans are for us to get it out as soon as possible to the eligible recipients.
Okay, great. Any other questions from the board for staff?
Not a question, just another comment. Because a lot of the conversations at some of these board meetings have really been dealing with surge in our local hospital. I'd just like to reiterate, I think it'd be really helpful for our board if we had a representative from Adventist Health, Dr. Hurd, maybe every board meeting if possible, just so when these things come up, we can address it and ask questions.
Supervisor Haff.
And I just wanted to thank Public Health. I know what kind of work goes into what you do every week, and to take the amount of time that it takes to prepare for our own education and the public's education is huge. And I just wanted to take a minute to just tell you how much your work is valued and appreciated.
Supervisor Brandon?
Yeah, I had just a couple of questions from earlier. I was trying very hard to save them to the end, but I think I broke my own rule, but I did have a couple. One of them was when you were mentioning having, I believe it was category H for younger age groups in the reporting. So wondering if you were going to be kind of deaggregating the 0 to 17 group, since there's been a lot of discussion about outcomes and infection rates amongst very young children versus, I think, 11 to 17 or 12 to 17.
Right now, we have it grouped as just 0 to 17 to keep in line with the other age brackets. If more granular data is needed for reporting, we're open, and for privacy reasons, we're open to that discussion and can certainly discuss that offline of how we would like to begin reporting out those brackets in the school age.
Great, thank you. I feel like that would be helpful in some of the discussions, especially maybe for the school boards and determining what the infection rates are, especially between the different schools at different grades. I had another question was on the 7-day average for the Yosemite Gateway ACT. One of the questions was related to why the Mariposa rates, in your opinion, seem to be notably much lower than the rest of the county, besides that Dr. Sajenko is great.
Yeah, I would like for him to address that, like, the Mariposa County data, but yeah, I don't want to try to presume why their rates might be a little bit lower, but yeah.
I think maybe when we are able to have a follow-up conversation on COVID and go more in depth, I'd be very interested in hearing some of the things that other counties are doing as well, and that maybe could be something with board support we could pursue. Would be great. And echoing what Supervisor Half said, you have a hard job, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for doing what you're doing to keep the community safe. You're on the front lines, too, of public safety, and our job is to be able to protect our community. So thank you for the work you're doing. I know it's not always thanked enough, but from up here, I appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have all the guidance you need? Okay. Well, thank you. Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 10:32. All right, welcome back to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. So we're going to move on to item number 3 on the agenda, and I'll look to the board clerk to read item 3 for us.
Item number 3, as the Tuolumne Public Power Agency, consideration of adopting Resolution 01-21, amending Tuolumne Public Power Agency Joint Powers Agreement.
Okay, now I'm going to look to County Council. Do we need to convene as the power agency? Okay, so we'll recess as the Board of Supervisors and reconvene as the Tuolumne County Public Power Agency. All right, good morning.
All right, good morning, members of the board. Eric Earhart, County Administrator's Office. We actually have Liz Peterson from our office on Zoom. She will be joining us, so we'll see if we can get her brought up on the monitor for you. All right, there she is.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, so I apologize that I cannot be here in person. I do want to say congratulations to the new board members. Looking forward to working with you. So good morning, Liz Peterson. I'm with this morning with the Tuolumne Public Power Agency. I am the coordinator for that agency. So just a little brief background. So the staff report says last year, but it was actually in 2019. Your board directed staff to amend the Tuolumne Public Power Agency Joint Powers Authority Agreement, primarily for the purpose of eliminating the Tier 1 and Tier 2 membership. So previously, the agreement says that federally recognized tribes, as well as some other entities who have locations in Tuolumne County but are not wholly in Tuolumne County, would be Tier 2 members of TPPA, whereas all other qualifying members would be Tier 1. So the amendment that is before you today is to change that so that all members now become Tier 1, or actually just members. So we no longer would have a tiered membership structure. Just a little background on what TPPA is. So Tuolumne Public Power Agency was formed from the Flood Control Act of 1962. And it really was established when the New Maloney's Dam was built. And it was established as a mitigation measure to address the impact from the loss of property tax revenue for basically establishing the reservoir, Maloney's Reservoir. So Tuolumne Public Power Agency was formed, as well as the Calaveras Public Power Agency, because Calaveras is on the other side of the Maloney's Dam. And then there's also the Sierra Conservation Center is also eligible to receive this power. So the power comes from the New Maloney's Dam, and the Public Power Agency, both Tuolumne and Calaveras and Sierra Conservation Center, share 25% of the power that's generated at Maloney's. The power comes to us through PG&E, their infrastructure rather. So we pay to use PG&E's distribution lines, transmission lines, their meters. The Western Area Power Administration, or WAPA as we call them, they are the ones who basically give us our power. They are a federal entity, as well as the New Maloney's Dam, that is a federally owned dam. And then we also pay California independent scheduling operators, or CALISO, to make sure that the power is scheduled on the lines when we need it. So TPPA is a JPA, a Joint Powers Authority, made up of 33 members currently. They are all public agencies. So school districts, the city of Sonora, many fire districts, as is described in the staff memo that I attached to this board item. Both of our tribes are members as well. We're very proud of that. And then various other public agencies. So that's just a little history. We will go more into to TPPA at your board orientation later this week. But so today I am asking your board to again, approve the amended JPA agreement. And essentially, as I mentioned, that eliminates the tiered membership. So it makes all members equal, as opposed to having two different tiers of members. However, we did want to put something in there that should we ever use all of the power, again, 25% of what's generated at Maloney's is eligible for Calaveras and Tuolumne Public Power Agencies. But should we ever get to the point where we might be meeting that threshold, or even coming above or going over that amount of power, we have developed 2 tiers of accounts. So any member that has accounts now that are for profit, those accounts would be the first on the priority list to switch back to PG&E power and ultimately PG&E rates. The TPPA power, I forgot to mention, is a significantly reduced rate. That's the incentive of the program, or the main reason why people want to join. It's anywhere from 50 to 75% reduced rate from like a standard PG&E rate. So it's a great discount for our members. But so any member that has an account that is for profit would be converted back to PG&E if we ever start to meet that threshold. Now, we're very far from meeting that threshold at this point, but this is just a safety measure just in case. And this is primarily, our tribes are the ones who have a unique position where they are considered a public agency, but they also have the benefit of being able to build things like hotels, casinos. So the amended agreement before your board today for approval would develop these 2 types of accounts. And just so you know, TPPA would have 11 tier 2 accounts. All other accounts would be tier 1. And 10 of those tier 2s would be from the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, and 1 of them would be from the Chicken Ranch Rancheria of Miwok Indians. So in addition to that major piece of the amended agreement, there's also a couple changes that change the titles of some of the staff who work in TPPA, primarily me. My title is coordinator, and the previous agreement refer to deputy director. I believe Supervisor Half might be familiar with that. And then there's also a change in there. We're requesting your board approve a change that allows 2/3 of all member agencies to approve any further amendments. Right now, as it's written in the agreement, 2/3 of all member agencies who also consumed at least 2/3 of the agency's total delivered power are the ones who can make amendments. And currently that would be only 4 members, 4 of our 33, who would need to approve an amendment, you know, in order for it to actually be approved. And so in order to bring a little more equity to the entire TPPA membership, the amended agreement also includes just 2/3 of all member agencies across the board. I do want to let your board know that the TPPA rules and regulations will also have to be updated to reflect the changes in this tiered system, tiered memberships versus accounts. But I will be bringing that back at a further date because there's some other items in there about electric vehicle charging and some solar installation that also will need to be updated. So that's going to take a little more time. But for now, I'm here with the agreement. And just so you know, too, we have already reached out to our other TPPA members, and they have already begun taking this agreement to their boards for approval. So that's what I'm here, asking your board to approve the amended JPA agreement for TPPA. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I know that was a lot of information and it's a little, I wish I could be there with you today.
Okay, thanks very much for that. And this is one of the many duties that the Board of Supervisors fulfills beyond the typical board meetings, convening as the power agency. So I'll look to see, I think I started on the left last time, so I'll start on the right this time. Are there any questions for staff? Supervisor Brandon? Okay. Okay, Supervisor Half?
Good presentation. Thank you for that. I just have a question for you, Ms. Peterson, about what kind of feedback have you been getting so far from the TPPA members regarding these changes, if any?
Yeah, no significant feedback. Mostly people just want to make sure that their extremely low power rate will remain. Beyond that, they don't really have strong feelings about it. Obviously, our tribes are happy that they'll be coming in as a standard member rather than a tier 2 member. But otherwise, yeah, no real concerns.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. At this time, we'll take public comment on this item. Is there any public comment? Okay, seeing none. Any final comments or views from the board?
Just going to motion to approve.
Okay, I have a motion from Supervisor Brandon.
I'll second.
Second from Supervisor Kirk. All right, so we'll take a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstain? Okay. Vote passes 5-0. All right, thanks very much for that, Ms. Peterson. I think you're here with our next item as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'll have the clerk read
I
item
believe
number.
I'll have some support for this one too.
Supervisor Campbell. Just wanted to make sure.
Okay, so we will now close the hearing of the Tuolumne County Public Power Agency and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. We'll move on to item number 4. Board Clerk, will you please read item number 4?
Consideration of providing staff further direction regarding business licenses and associated fire code and life safety inspections.
Okay, good morning.
Okay, thank you, Chair Campbell, members of the board. Again, Liz Peterson. I'm here now speaking from the County Administrator's Office. This also has been an item that has been in the works for quite a while this past year. So last year, and this is in 2020 last year, your board did direct staff to implement business licenses. And with those business licenses, there would be an associated mandated fire code and life safety inspection. So the purpose of the business license is to gather valuable data for a wide variety of county departments, such as the sheriff's office for emergency contacts, or the county's business and innovation assistance department to continue to assist with business retention. So while the business information is important, the primary purpose of the business licenses is to enable the County Fire Prevention Bureau to implement a proactive fire code and life safety inspection program. This program will not only enhance the services of Tuolumne County Fire, but will also make our community safer by ensuring all businesses are in compliance with the health and safety laws that are in place to protect them, their clients, their employees, and the emergency personnel who respond to the business. There is significant data as well as myriad historical events that prove how important these proactive inspections are to preventing loss of life and property by fire. And that, of course, has been a significant priority for this board for many, many years. So let's talk a little bit about the proposed program. So currently, the Tuolumne County Fire Prevention Bureau only conducts mandated inspections that are required by the state fire marshal. These annual inspections take place in residential care facilities, hotels, motels, apartment buildings, schools, senior centers, and other multi-jurisdictional businesses. Though existing law allows a local jurisdiction to seek reimbursement from these businesses for these mandated inspections, Tuolumne County has actually never implemented a fee for this program. So we absorb the cost to conduct these inspections. The new fire code and life safety inspection program would require all types of businesses to receive a regular inspection, not just those ones mandated by the state. So staff from the Business Innovation and Assistance Department, the Community Development Department, the Clerk and Auditor's Office, County Administrator's Office, and Fire Prevention Bureau have been working to develop the business license process and procedures. And that discussion and development still goes on. Staff have also been working to develop the fees based on the amount of time it will take for staff to provide these services. So the details of the program are still being refined, but staff are proposing each business be charged both a business license and a fire inspection fee when they apply for or renew their business license. Businesses will not be provided their license until they pay both fees. The Tuolumne County Fire Prevention Bureau will then schedule and conduct the fire code and life safety inspection. We will be utilizing the newly approved permitting, licensing, and code enforcement software through OpenGov for managing the business licenses, making the process extremely streamlined and efficient for staff and businesses. Ideally, this process will be entirely online. So with all of that said, and a lot of discussion, as you heard, that we've been doing with staff over the many months, we still would like some additional direction from your board on a few of these items. So first, we want to talk about fire inspection business exemptions. So since the purpose of this program is enhanced public safety, we as staff are recommending that most businesses be required to participate in the program. The state fire code distinguishes high hazard businesses from other types of businesses, and you can see in the attachments that I included in the staff report that lists those high hazard as well as other occupancy business types. And those again are defined by the state, pulled straight from the state code. So we as staff are recommending that any home-based business that is not considered a high hazard business be exempt from the mandated fire inspection. So we don't want to go into people's homes if they're operating, small, safe businesses that wouldn't require an inspection because they're not a high hazard. However, we would like to include vacation rentals as being mandated to have an inspection. As you probably can imagine, there's potentially a lot of hazards there, and so this could go a long way in helping to prevent some loss of life and property. Again, that's the focus of this program. So one of the questions that we are asking your board today, and I guess we can wait maybe until the end of the presentation to get answers, is Are there other types of businesses that your board would like to exempt? So think on that. Okay, so then also we want to talk about adding additional staff. So to implement the program, the county will need to add a full-time fire inspector. We currently have 2 fire inspectors in the Tuolumne County Fire Prevention Bureau. Our senior fire inspector conducts all mandated plans reviews, site development inspections, code compliance, and then all new construction inspections. The other fire inspector conducts all state mandated business inspections, as we discussed earlier. So we as staff are recommending that your board add an additional fire prevention or fire inspector to the Fire Prevention Bureau. You could, if you would like, to pull approximately $25,000 from contingencies at mid-year to essentially front load the position. But ultimately, the position will be funded in the future by the inspection fees that we collect. So fees, just so your board knows, and we'll discuss this a little further, but any fees that we charge the public are only for the cost of providing the service. We don't collect additional revenue. We don't, make money for the service. This is just about a straight, how much does it cost us? And therefore, that's what the public is charged. So ideally, when we do add a new staff person, whenever that comes, whether your board wants to add it at mid-year using contingencies or wants to wait maybe until next fiscal year, the idea is that eventually they will be fully funded by the inspections that they're conducting. So that's also something that we would like your board to consider and provide direction on today. Would your board like to add an additional fire inspector using contingencies? And one piece I want to point out too is that we would like to hire an inspector before we implement the program, before day one of when the program is implemented, to do some education and outreach to the businesses, because this is a new process. Tuolumne County has never had business licenses, nor have they done the significant business fire code and life safety business inspections that we're proposing. So we would like to give businesses the opportunity as much as possible to come in compliance so that their inspection goes smoothly, quickly, by the time the inspector gets out there. So we would like to have some time to have an inspector do some education around that. So next, we'd like to discuss the percent of cost recovery. So as I mentioned, when developing fees for a service, the county can only seek reimbursement for actual costs and cannot collect additional revenue for any of its services. To develop fees such as, say, building inspections that we do, our fees in our recreation department, responses to false alarms from the sheriff's office, or any other fees that are described in Chapter 3.40 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, staff always put together time studies, and then they calculate, and those time studies, describe how much time the staff actually spend doing the service. And it's very detailed, and it describes each type of staff person, so whether it's administrative staff who make phone calls or follow up, or administrative time to input reports into, say, a database, and then of course the actual time going out and responding or inspecting or whatever the case may be. So those time studies then go into calculating the fee, and we use the fully weighted rate of the employee, and that includes their benefits and even potentially overhead costs, and even some services and supplies that go into the department to provide the service. And that's how we get the fee amount. So staff have already conducted time studies, and then there's some other attachments in your board packet there that describe the amount of time or estimated amount of time that staff will take to conduct the various inspections per occupancy or business type. And then it also describes it also shows what the fee would be if we do indeed charge 100% full cost recovery. And that is using a fully weighted rate of $86.50 per hour for a fire inspector. So the intent of the fee, again, as I mentioned, is not to generate revenue, but only to recover the cost to provide the inspection. But your board has the prerogative to choose to set the inspection fee at less than full cost recovery. If your board opts to do that, though, funding for the additional fire inspector would have to be added to the county fire fund each year. So essentially, if your board opts to not, charge full costs to the businesses for this service, then funding would have to be put into the budget each year to maintain this program. And then lastly, a question that we want your board to answer today is what % of cost recovery would your board like to set for the inspections? Once your board decides on that, then we will come back to your board with a public hearing to set those fee rates, amending the ordinance code, and then we can move forward with charging those fees. And then lastly, I want to talk about the inspection frequency. So by using the OpenGov permitting, licensing, and code enforcement system, and a whole digital process, annual business license renewals should be simple to administer and ensure that we have the most up-to-date information on our businesses. However, annual fire inspections will be difficult to achieve. Again, on an annual basis, they will be difficult to achieve without significant increases in staff. And so we are recommending fire inspections take place every 2 years, and the business would be required to self-certify on the off years. But ultimately, your board has the discretion to decide however you would like to see this roll out. And so we're asking today also that your board provide direction on how frequent would you like the fire code and life safety inspections to take place. Just so your board is aware, the city of Sonora does this already. They have business licenses. They also have fire inspections that they conduct, or business inspections for fire. And they do them every 3 years. And the businesses are required to self-certify on the other 2 years. So this is a pretty standard practice. So once we have direction from your board, we'll work to prepare the ordinance for the business license and fire inspection program. Again, this whole program, because we're going to mandate it, will require a new ordinance. And then we will bring that back to your board along with the fees for the program later this year. We're shooting for July 1st implementation, but again, open to whatever your board feels like would be most appropriate. So that is my presentation. I know staff from the Fire Prevention Bureau are here if you have any specific questions about businesses, and I'm happy to answer any questions and looking for your direction on those 4 items.
Supervisor Haff?
Well, do we want to make all of our comments right now or go down the line?
What I'd propose we do right now is ask questions of staff. Then we take comments from the public, and then at that time we'll discuss.
Okay, I do have quite a few questions. So my first question is, why have we not sought reimbursement from the fire marshal mandated inspections in the past?
That's a great question. I mean, I can defer maybe to Steve Gregory if he's there in the room. But I think it's just something that we've just never done. Yeah. Steve might have more insight.
Okay, so in the past with prior boards, oh my gosh, I haven't spoken to this since we did the upgrade. Sorry, I won't yell. In the past with our former boards, we were very hesitant, or the board was very hesitant to do fee recovery. You may remember we don't charge full costs for any of our permits. We don't charge full costs for our Parks and Recs programs, and that's been consistent across the board. So I can't really answer because this has not been charged ever. So it would be something when Liz discussed about it's not only the cost recovery for this that could help fund another fire inspector, but if we were to come back with a fee recovery for any and all fire inspections, the entire totality of the program would add to the department in order to cover those costs. So I know it doesn't give you the answer you're looking for, but unfortunately, I'd have to pull probably the former CAO in here to really be able to answer that question.
Okay. And my next question, thank you. There was a stated rate of $86 and something cents per hour. I didn't mark it. So for the fire inspector, and I wanted to ask a question, trying to figure out how to pose it. But does it need to be an actual certified fire inspection by a fire inspector, or can it be another person that is qualified but not certified?
Yeah, so
Andy Murphy, Assistant Fire Chief, County Fire. Good morning. So the fire inspections can be carried out by additionally trained personnel. So part of the rollout would include not only the fire inspectors that we currently have, and hopefully the additional one, but also engine companies that have the training.
So that leads me to ask, could we reduce the cost to the business owners and still get the job done?
I don't believe so. No, I think that the minimum training that our fire inspector, the county fire inspector ones have, is the minimum that you would want somebody to go out and do these life safety inspections would be the most appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if I have comments, but let me just see if I have any other questions. I don't think so. Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk.
All right. Good morning. Thank you for being here. And yeah, I do have some questions. So I'm just going to roll through them. When I look at some of these hazard occupancy, let's get the high hazard occupancy inspection. So when I look at these buildings, cutting and welding, dry cleaning plants, when I go through this list, we know there's already state mandates in place where some of these businesses have to be inspected. If we were to implement this, would there be an overlapping where, as a business owner, say you're an ag, you're an ag and you have fertilization, you have to report things to the state, you have audits. Is this going to overlap to where now that is taking place as a business owner, but then also the county's coming in and doubling up? Will there be overlapping?
Steve Gregory, Tuolumne County Fire. No. We would work with, I think what you're referring to, the Coupa program. We already currently work with environmental health on their tanks, so we're not doing exactly what you said, basically tagging the business twice.
Right.
So no, we would be working with Coupa and environmental health and any other state agency so that we don't do exactly what you just said.
Okay, so there wouldn't be an instance where a business would have state requirements over here, but now with this new ordinance, it's now opened up the business to other requirements.
No, and these requirements are right out of the state fire code.
Okay. Okay. For some of these businesses, trying to wrap my mind around this, if I'm a business, say I'm a machine shop and I have several of these items listed, am I going to be charged for each one of those items inspected? Is that how it would take place?
No.
No, okay.
No, it's there. Yeah, you could actually go through, let's just say an auto body repair, and you could actually ding them for half the stuff on this page. No, it wouldn't be. It'd be one flat rate.
One flat rate. Okay.
And on the business license itself, sorry, Supervisor Kirk, the business license itself, so individuals would like, check or write in what type of business they are, or like a drop-down menu, likely because it'll be digital. And so they would only have one option, to select. So it wouldn't like compound.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Cool. And is there any proof, and this might be a complicated question, but is there any proof that any of this will help with any insurance, any businesses with fire insurance or homeowners? Is it one of the boxes that are checked off?
I'm not sure about that yet. I know I have spoken to a lot of businesses that do require, we go out and do inspections periodically for businesses that their insurance company has actually requested the fire department to come out and do.
Okay.
So I believe in the long run it would help them.
If I could add on to that as well, Supervisor Kirk, I also wanted to mention that Chief Cassie had hoped to be here today, but he's listening remotely. As far as whether or not it helps insurance, one thing that certainly fire prevention, proactive fire prevention programs have been proven to do is to reduce the fires starting and reduce the damages that happen once a fire starts.
Right.
And so that in totality, if you look at the potential business loss, dollar loss of a community is affected when fires start and burn businesses down. And so that loss, that community loss, is a consideration of insurance companies when they establish their rates. So I don't know if that makes sense, but.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see. High hazard occupancy. This list. Do we already have a list of businesses that may meet this standard? Is there any idea?
There are some. We do have some lists, but that's one of the goals of the business license process is to get that thorough list of the businesses in the county.
This might be jumping the gun, but if I'm a business and I don't have a business license, would it make sense to do the business license separate from this? Because if I'm a business owner and I know I'm going to have to adhere to these, maybe I'm not going to apply for a business license. It might hold me back from applying. Does that make sense? Do we anticipate any of that if trying to implement such an ordinance?
I mean, there's certainly the potential that business owners would try to avoid the process because of the fees, and I think that's part of the education campaign is the purpose is educating the community business owners on what the purpose is of the fire inspections, of life safety, and keeping the loss down to a low level, and hopefully we could persuade them to continue, to go through the process. There's a lot of benefits to a business license, for business owners, as far as just helping the community feel comfortable. There's some knowing that they're following the rules and guidelines of the county or whatever ordinances and state laws that are in place.
Okay. Then my final question, and I may have more later, but are there any other ordinances that we can refer to, or other counties that have implemented such an ordinance that we can learn from their successes, or not reinvent the wheel?
Well, we do know that Mariposa County has recently voted to or approved a fire inspection program where they're going to do the mandated inspections. They're going to do a 1-year rollout period where they don't, because it is a new program. They're going to do a 1-year rollout, and their plan at this point is to start with the fees in January of 22. It was just approved last month. Because it's and that's because it's a new program that they're rolling it out slowly, and what their fee recovery process will be the actual hours. Calaveras County has also initiated the mandated inspections through the many different fire districts. In Calaveras County, they also plan to charge actual hours. Some of the fire districts in Tuolumne and Calaveras County have specific inspections that they do within their jurisdictions, and some of them charge on the first time. Most of them do not charge for their mandated inspections. They are smaller, generally small, cover less area, whereas, of course, with the county, we have quite a wide area. As far as successes, I think we can certainly see where agencies or governments have not perhaps met their requirements with the Ghost Ship fire in Oakland several years ago, and several media reports that were done after that identified a deficiency in many departments as far as the inspections that were not occurring, and that was part of the push, that disaster where, if you recall, 36 people died in a warehouse, nightclub type facility, art studio, and they one of the items that we bring to the board the last few years is Senate Bill 1205, the mandated inspections reporting. That was one of the items that came out of that, and so that was part of it, as well as you look at inspections in general as a standard in the fire service as far as doing these type of proactive fire inspections and identifying issues. Even with the inspections that we currently do, the mandated inspections that we don't charge for, we find violations of fire code and encourage the business owners to make those improvements. It's hard to quantify fires that don't start, right?
And just to add on to that, we've been working with county council, and they have found a couple other jurisdictions. Siskiyou County in particular has an ordinance that we do plan to use as a guide, you could say.
Okay. Would there be, I kind of would like to see what's in place and kind of see how they prioritize things moving forward. I think it would, because obviously they already put a lot of thought and energy into that. It would be helpful for me to kind of see, I like the idea of a slow approach if the board decides to move forward, but also looking at what some other jurisdictions have implemented to glean from. So that's it for questions for now.
Good morning. Thanks for the presentation. So I'm firmly supportive of needing to inspect. And so I guess number one question would be for fire, Andy, is on these high hazard inspections, are they in code now to be required to be done once per year?
Thank you, Supervisor Goldenberg. For the mandated inspections, which Liz mentioned, was the apartment complexes, the hospitals, the jails, those sort of things are mandated annually. What the fire code does say about other businesses is that the local jurisdiction, I'll read it right here, shall enforce in their respective areas building standards related to fire and panic safety adopted by the state fire marshal and published in the California Building Standards Code and other regulations that have been formally adopted by the state fire marshal for the prevention of fire or for the protection of life and property against fire or panic. So it doesn't necessarily say here, as far as I'm aware of, in the Health and Safety Code 13145, about the frequency of that. Okay. And that's where there's some variation as in Liz's presentation and in our discussing with other agencies, some variation of the time frame. One of the things is just to keep it applicable and keep it up to date and keep the business owners educated on that. And that's part of the frequency ideal. I mean, ideally, the best bet is that, is to do them annually. Unfortunately, this time, it's probably not realistic until we establish this program. And even then, depending on the compliance that we get, some jurisdictions don't get compliance with the self-inspections. It really is up to the business community to do that end of it.
Okay, so I mean, the need to do it is multifaceted, right? We're protecting the employees and the businesses, we're protecting the public. Some cases we're protecting the business owners themselves or perhaps their landlords if it's a rental property. My concern is if something is mandated, to be done on an annual basis, that we get there, realizing that this may not be practical to go from nothing to everything all at once. I guess I would look to county council, though, to get an interpretation of this business self-certification. I'm a little concerned that we might be putting the county at risk if we're allowing the business to certify themselves what we as an agency, fire department, should be doing. So I guess that was, okay, thank you.
Yeah. So, sorry, I'd be happy to speak to that. So, and that's part of the details of the implementation program that we haven't quite worked out. But that is certainly a concern that we would need to address for sure. The self-certification program or process is, again, what other jurisdictions have been doing. It seems like the balance of, again, what Chief Murphy mentioned, and maybe an inability to do it annually at this point, but at least we're getting something from the businesses on the off years. But for sure, Supervisor Goldenberg, that's a concern that we will have to address before we implement the program. And that's part of what would go into the ordinance that we write.
Council. Just to echo what Liz was saying.
Can't hear you.
The ordinance would have. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
The ordinance would have penalty provisions. So if there's any violation of the ordinance, it would carry penalties. So there is some enforcement. As far as liability, we don't see a lot of liability for actions of others to fail to comply or not certify correctly. So hopefully that answers the question.
Well, partially. You know, I understand, you know, that they, if we're asking them to self-certify and in essence do the inspections and the test, you know, that they're doing that, is that proper? You know, I mean, legally, you know, can they fulfill that role under if we have a requirement by various statutes or codes that require these inspections? I realize that anything we gain additional above what we have now because we don't have enough is beneficial, but I just have that concern.
Supervisor Goldenberg, we'll look into that in more detail, as Liz Peterson said, and we can bring that back to you. The other thing, just for your board's information, is a lot of times we're gathering information today to see what direction you're interested in. And when we bring back an ordinance, we can bring you back not a first reading, but just sort of a draft ordinance to get more information and more input, and then go the next meeting or subsequently then bring you back an actual ordinance for consideration. We've done that before. It's really helpful for staff. So if that's something you're interested in, we can definitely do that. And to Supervisor Kirk's point, being able to look at maybe different types of ordinances, different provisions, may be really helpful when we get to that point.
Yeah, and I'll just interrupt you for just 1 second, just so I can kind of clarify to inform our discussion a little bit. What you're looking for is you want direction from the board, whether we have a business license, yes or no, whether we have an fire inspection program, what businesses should be exempt from that program, and how often the inspections take place. So you're not asking us to, you know, implement it today, correct? Okay. And then
we're also.
And then just going on, you want to know if we're looking at full cost recovery for these programs, or if there's some share that would come from the county's general fund to help support this program. Is that a pretty clear description of what you're looking for today?
I think the last piece, yes, it is. Just one last piece is adding the additional fire inspector, if you would like to use contingencies at mid-year, or if you would like to wait to put that into the budget at a later time.
Okay.
But yes.
All right. And apologies for the interruption.
Yeah. No problem. I'll have other comments after. I would also kind of echo Supervisor Kirk, and we discussed the business license on its own. It might be much easier to implement sooner than not. Certainly Cole Prisbilla, you know, certainly could have used that information during the COVID crisis, and he really struggled. So, but I'll pass those for now. Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Brandon.
Longest I've ever gone without speaking. Let's see. So specifically in reading this, one of the questions I had is between the business license fee and the inspections fee, how much of that is the business license? I couldn't see anywhere a specific number for just the business license.
So that doesn't include the business license fee at all. The business license would be a separate fee, and because the business license would be run out of the county clerk's office. And so that would be the amount of time that it takes her staff to administer that program. Preliminary estimates were around $32, but potentially if we are able to move a little more digitally, it might reduce, but that would be obviously up to Ms. Batista's staff.
Is it a requirement for the county to be able to offer a business license that we have to have already inspected the property? What liability does that open us up to if we haven't?
So the answer is no. I mean, as far as liability, obviously, I'm not going to speak to that. But requirements for business license and therefore not issuing the license until the inspection takes place, that's purely procedural. So that's what the kind of the process that staff is recommending, but that there's no requirement there.
I see. I think then I would echo Supervisor Kirk and Supervisor Goldenberg in that I think considering those things independently would be a really maybe useful for the discussion on the board as to what direction we give. So as part of this, I know that fire districts were brought up just a bit. Does any portion go to local fire districts in the community? You mentioned having firefighters, fire inspectors, a certain level of training. I think the question was, what could be the minimal level of training? Assuming you want somebody who is fairly well already certified in dealing with fire. Many of the fire districts, are those firefighters who would be able to carry this out? You know, many of them are facing a financial crunch as well. This is the opportunity to help not raise money, but be able to have additional staff doing this in their own communities.
Right. So thank you, Supervisor Brandon. This program would only cover the county jurisdiction area, which does not include any of the fire districts or tribal or the city of Sonora. Although there has been some offline discussions with some of the other departments about possibly participating in this event. That would take a lot more coordination and work between the governing boards. But it certainly, hopefully, would be a model for those that don't do it or are interested in doing it to participate in.
So a business or property in one of those fire districts would not be paying any of these fees?
For the fire inspection side of things, this would be for county jurisdiction areas.
Okay, great. So wondering if you have data. One of the questions that I had, I think this is, in an ideal world, a really good goal to have. The question is, for me, is as a matter of priorities, why right now? Especially given the economic circumstances that we're facing, any fee has to be extremely scrutinized. And so if you have, I mean, compared to other areas that maybe have implemented this, have we had a higher incidence of structure fires or fires in commercial facilities? Has there been a demonstrated need of this, or is this preempting what we think may be a need in the future, but right now has not been an immediate problem?
I'll try to remember all those points to answer, but if I miss anything, let me know. So first of all, we're definitely sensitive to the business community and the community overall and the impacts of COVID and the losses. And that's where there's some variation in the discussion today about when to implement this, and perhaps 6 months or a year as far as starting to charge the fees. And that's something that we're considering and doing that. Another part of that is, as I mentioned before at a previous board meeting, there's never a good time to start or to initiate a fee. Where this came up again was about 18 months ago, I believe it was, we started discussing after the Matrix report was released, which identified there's really not enough funds to do much of anything different. So we looked at, and we were given direction to look at revenue options. One of what seemed as a possibility, this was one of them, was the fire inspections. And not that it was to make money or to build the coffers, certainly wouldn't do that, but to reimburse for services. Reimbursement of services is all we're looking for. And then we expanded upon that, looking at the need for fire prevention, looking at the Senate Bill 1205 and losses in other communities, great losses and loss of life. And we just had a loss of life the other night. It was a residence, but it does occur here as well. And planning for the future. One of the things that we've really been trying to push for is that planning for the future.
So if I may, I guess specifically my question is, do we have any data of whether we're having a higher incidence of these accidents than surrounding or comparable areas?
Over the last 10 years, I'd say actually our structure fire loss has gone down. and that could be for a variety of reasons. I don't have specific data as far as number of commercial fires. We can get that.
Sure. I think the next discussion would be very interested in seeing, that way we can make sure that, I think this is an issue that, we're going to get into discussion a little later. I was wondering if you can describe kind of the self-certification process from your perspective, if you feel that that is an effective way, if people are fairly honest in that process, if we're in any way liable for accepting the recommendations. I know that was talked about a little bit by Supervisor Goldenberg. I had similar questions of just what does self-certification look like? I guess in a hypothetical, if we implemented this and had the first year with self-certification, would we expect that to change the status quo at all? Or is it only for renewal?
I think first, any education we do, the community is going to be helpful. Like I mentioned, it's difficult to count fires that don't start because of even one effort. Part of the goal of this is to do the inspections. We estimate we could perhaps do approximately 700 inspections a year with one inspector and the inspectors that we have, as well as some input with the fire company, the engine companies. Not knowing the total number of businesses we have in the community that require an inspection, we figured was a safe place to start. It was judicious, and that we could start and then get a feel for how many businesses there were, the actual time and number of inspections we're able to do, and then and less of an impact if it doesn't go the way that we had anticipated as far as reimbursement and hours and number of inspections. There could be a number of reasons why, they're not carried out.
And I promise I'm wrapping up. I have just a few last specific ones related to one with a high hazard. How are special events defined? So, for example, would a street fair be considered a special event? Or a farmer's market?
Yes.
Okay, and this would be per event, right? So they would potentially, if it's a one-time thing, this would increase the cost for every event by, was it $345?
Yes.
Okay, I was wondering also the difference between that and the, so that's for every additional booth or exhibit in excess of something that says $10 extra. So if it was a street fair, it might be reasonably $500 to $700 for just permitting related to this, right?
Correct, and it could, and like Ms. Peterson said, your board could choose those fee structures or go to a flat hourly rate. It's, we're looking for direction from the board.
Okay. Where does mining fit into the different fire fees here?
While Steve's looking up the answer to that question,
okay.
One of the things I wanted to mention on the $10 amount, again, that this part of this, of course, discussion is guidance from the board, but each of those booths would require some time to be looked at by the fire inspector, and that's again part of this process is reimbursement for time. So if you have a cooking booth, fire extinguishers, exits, and that's not flammable material, all those fire code requirements would be checked. Just an estimate of time as far as that.
Okay. And I guess my last question before we get that was, what if some of these rates were just curious to me in looking at, for example, I think any small business it was billed at a flat rate of $86.50 an hour, would be about $86.50. And then looking at a facility even as large as the hospital under the designation was only about 7 times more, though very clearly one small local business versus a facility such as that is a huge scale of difference. Or potentially a local lumber facility is in here for, I think it was in the 400 range. And again, looking at small. So I'm wondering what happens when and if that amount is exceeded, the number of hours. Is this actually a flat rate, or is this just an estimate of what we think would be the cost?
It's a general estimate, and it also, I could point out, it does include a reinspection. So that is our initial time to go out, do the inspection, come back, includes drive time, associated paperwork, and then drive time to go back out and re-inspect. Typically within 30 days is our turnaround time, depending on the violations. A lot of violations can be corrected right there on the spot. And if that's the case, we don't have to go back.
Great, thank you. And did we find an answer to the mining designation?
The code is currently silent on it. I will look up that for you and at our
you.
next meeting get back to you on it for sure.
And that's all my questions.
Supervisor Campbell, could I
Yes.
just revisit one question that Supervisor Brandon had, just to make sure it's clear?
Please.
You had a question about fire inspections that would not maybe be in another fire district. And just to make sure we're clear, that a business license would be for, if you were to approve it, would be for any business in the unincorporated area. It would also charge our fire inspectors with doing those fire inspections, even if they're in another district. Now, it could be where you were going that we could have the conversation if that maybe those districts might have qualified staff to be able to do those inspections, which might help us get them done more quickly. But before we could make that decision, we would need to work with fire to make sure that those individuals had the correct certification to be able to make those types of inspections. Just want to make sure that I had addressed that. That's what Sarah and I were having a side conversation about.
Chairman Campbell, if I may, one follow-up on that. Well, so that was what I was wondering early on is, does the fire inspection have to be tied to a business license? So can the county offer a business license to the entire unincorporated area without having these inspections? And I might be misunderstanding. It sounds like you're saying they have to go hand in hand.
No.
Okay.
No, what I'm saying is if you had a business license and your board were to require a fire inspection of some level, that means that it would even be, we would be charged with doing those in other fire districts as well, because in order for a business in a different fire district than one that, say it's Twain Harte, they would still be getting that business license from the county. And so what we could do is possibly work with those other fire districts to do inspections within their districts. But I can't commit to that until we would work with staff to find out and ensure that they have, they're competent or have the certification in order to do those fire inspections. So your board has the choice, business license or not. And then the fire inspections are a separate conversation. And just to kind of go back with part of how this came up when we started talking about fire inspections was we've done a few surveys in the community, and fire concerns are the #1 concern of our community. And I think you probably are all aware of that. But then that's how this kind of started coming up, was that we know there are some areas like, say, and I'm not picking on them, but if you have, say, an Airbnb or a VRBO or anyone who is renting out their home, the concern was there's no way for us to know if those homes are fire safe, meaning they have smoke alarms, fire extinguishers, and defensible space that meets all of the requirements, yet people are paying to stay there. And so the prior board members were concerned that there might be people who would be at risk in those types of situations, which is what led us down another road of who and when and where would you like to see those types of fire inspections be applied.
Thank you.
So this is not a revenue generating proposal. Basically, any costs that come into the county related to this will either pay for the service, or some portion of that will have to come out of the general fund. This is not adding to the county general fund.
I'm sorry, I'm going to speak to that. So we, by law, cannot charge or make a profit. So we can only recoup our costs. And so if your board were to choose to not charge full recovery, then yes, we would need to find another mechanism to pay for that service.
Okay. And so is the state in any way conducting fire safety inspections, any other agency, or is that the sole responsibility of Tuolumne County?
The fire code does, for mandated inspections, the fire code does say that if the local jurisdiction doesn't do it, that the fire marshal can come in and do that, and then charge the jurisdiction for that time. I'd have to relook and see what it says about the first Health and Safety Code 13145, whether they will come in and do those. looking throughout that section of the health and safety code, though, it does talk about the different inspections and the requirement to for the local agency to enforce the fire safety laws.
Yeah. So, in other words, if I'm paraphrasing correctly, the county needs to conduct these inspections, and if we don't, the state marshal will come in, conduct the inspections, and then charge us for them. So we're paying for it one way or another,
Correct.
Essentially.
And
Okay.
probably paying more if you
Right.
the other way. Yeah.
But those would only be for the ones that are required by the state,
Correct.
not for the additional ones.
Okay. And then, so home-based businesses, what you're suggesting is that we exempt home-based businesses except for I don't want to pick on just Airbnb, but vacation rental lodging type
Correct.
in-home
So
businesses.
any type of lodging.
I'm sure
that-
there's some
yes.
kind of technical term catch-all for that. Airbnbs, let's just stick with that. So is that typical? I mean, we were talking about Mariposa County just enacted something similar, very similar to this. Other counties that have it, is that pretty typical?
I'm not aware of Airbnbs at this point, but that wasn't covered in the 5 or 6 departments that we discussed.
Okay.
I don't know if Liz has other info.
No, I'm not aware of that either, but it's not to say it's not happening. It's just, like Chief Murphy said, not something we necessarily looked into.
Okay. And then, again, with what is similar to how this is typically conducted elsewhere, is the self-certification that comes from a precedence, right? Where you have the inspection to kind of set a baseline for the safety of the facility, and then after that point, you rely on a self-certification in that year or two where there's no inspection, and then you conduct another inspection. Is that pretty typical?
Yes, that's correct. And part of that would be obviously a big education campaign, but also have a video of what a fire inspection would be on our website, so the business owners, community members can go in and see what we look for and some examples.
And then you're proposing implementing, so $32 for the business license do we still have to figure that out? So you just want direction from us whether to do it, and then we can potentially get that cost lower depending on whether we use OpenGov or is $32 the upper limit, essentially, is what I'm asking, to what that cost would be.
Yeah. So, I mean, mostly, we will defer to Debbie on that, but
And
because
she
again,
is-
it's just her staff time, but
She
that's
has
correct.
just arrived at the podium, so.
Oh, well, great.
Okay, thanks. Where we came up with the $32 is that we're mirroring what we do for fictitious business licenses, because it's almost the same, that once after the initial setup, then with fictitious business licenses, it's once every 5 years. But with the business license, it's still going to be once every year. But remember that OpenGov is not all businesses are going to want to go online and do everything online. We are certainly going to encourage them, and we're going to want to do that. But we want to use OpenGov as our database. So for anybody who mails in a check with their application, somebody has to now enter that into OpenGov, not the business. So that's my staff will be doing some of that. You want the database to have everything in it, so all of the annual letters go out, the databases to give to not only Cole, but the sheriff or whatever needs to be all in one place. Right now, we have a lot of the businesses through the fictitious business license in HAL files. So, do we want to convert some of HAL files, at least the database, into OpenGov? These are all the questions that we're dealing with OpenGov right now that we want to address. But please don't think that 100% of the businesses are going to use OpenGov to make all these payments, they're not. So what that ratio is, we're going to have to learn.
Okay. I guess what I'm looking for is that it could be less than 32, but it will not be more. Is that a correct statement?
Correct. We're,
Okay.
again, using the fictitious business license, and I think that's a really good comparison.
Yeah.
It's one form, one business, one check. That's what it is today.
Debbie, sorry, real quick, would special permits also be included for business? As far as
I'm not quite sure what you mean a special permit, because I think that's CDD and not me.
I'm just curious if somebody operates a special permit, are they going to be required to pay that business fee? Is that considered a business license fee?
No, the business license will be someone who wants to operate a business, not a singular event like an event, like they were speaking to earlier, farmer's market or
And I'm
fair.
assuming an Airbnb would fall under that?
They would fall under business license.
Right, and that's how the city of Sonora deals with it. All Airbnbs in the city of Sonora pays business licenses.
Okay, thank you.
And then the last question is, the reason, and I'll say this and you correct me if I'm wrong, the reason that the business license and the fire inspections are typically linked in this way is, I guess, kind of a carrot and stick approach where, once you get your inspections and everything's cleared through fire, then you get your license. Is that the reason? And is that the standard practice for this type of ordinance?
I can speak to that if you'd like. So the business license, back when we had this discussion last year, and again, things very well could change, but the purpose of the program wasn't so much the business license, although we find, obviously now we know how helpful this information will be. But the purpose of the program was really to conduct those fire life safety inspections, to enhance services and minimize life and property loss from fire. When we were discussing how could we do that, it really was very obvious that we have to have the business information to be able to conduct the appropriate inspection. And how do you do that? By a business license. So that's why they were tied together. Again, as I mentioned, at this point, business licenses are going to be extremely valuable for a lot of other reasons, a lot of other departments and the public. But that's why they've been linked together this whole time, is because it's really been to get us to the goal of the fire inspections.
Supervisor Campbell, just from a policy standpoint, when you look at any action that your board may want to take in the future when it comes to businesses, and you'll see it maybe, for example, when the city was able to do their urgency ordinance, they had all of their business contact information there. But you're right, there is a certain amount of a carrot and a stick. If you find a business, for whatever reason, is not in compliance, a board or regulatory agency is able to suspend or revoke that license when someone is not in compliance. And of course, that's not the goal of this, but it does allow, when we need to have some level of enforcement for someone who's not in compliance for whatever reason, it does allow the regulatory agencies, and in our cases, it could be anything from environmental health to say maybe a code enforcement with the community development department, or for fire, it does give another way for us to encourage them to come into compliance. So from a policy standpoint, I think it does offer a little bit more assistance in helping and encouraging those who might not come into compliance on their own for various reasons. I used to have one when I was in Mendocino County, and they used it for various ways to ensure that the businesses were in compliance with different types of rules, fire and other issues, equipment.
Okay, any other questions from the board, and then I'll go to public comment.
Yeah, I do have one question. Just on that note, I was going to bring it up earlier, but in one of these opening up paragraphs, it says health and safety laws. You kind of touched on it, especially when you talk about Airbnbs or some of these rentals. A big problem of the health issue is like I heard when we were talking about Tel Aviv, is septic systems failing, and so is this? I mean, it sounds like this is specifically only going to be to fire, but yet there's other components of some of these businesses that are health issues as well. Would that be addressed in this, or would that be another conversation?
Well, some of those inspections have already taken place because of environmental health. we could have further discussions about, I don't know what the rules are, say, about septic and water systems
Yeah,
and what that would need to be.
I can speak a little bit to that because I did look into that as we were assisting Liz with drafting some forms for what potential business license my license may look like. But I mean, ideally, the way that it's been sort of proposed is that those would be two separate things. Having the information could be very helpful for CDD, environmental health, public works, et cetera, but they wouldn't be linked in the sense that the issuance of the business license means that the business has complied with all the other requirements that they have to, adhere to. So that would take, I think, a lot more discussion about how to sort of marry those together.
Yeah, just to follow up on a couple areas, the idea of the 86.50 per hour being an open-ended, I have a little bit of hard time with that. It makes it hard for a business to plan, budget, for their annual expenses. I'd like to look at some thoughts, if you could please, to see where we could come up with set fees perhaps. And I know that there's give and take and it's difficult to project, everything out. Our businesses have been hit extremely hard, during COVID. I think we're all sensitive to that. We understand that. I'd be very much in favor of looking at a deferred implementation on the inspection side of it. But I think the business license portion needs to go into effect as quickly as we could. Ideally, in a perfect world, I wouldn't even like to see these fees. I'd like to see the fire department's budget encompass it. So it's just a service they provide with their department without going to this fee type structure. But maybe in the future, we could get there. We could always suspend a fee even if we had one enacted. But just some thoughts moving forward. Thanks.
All right, I want to get to, we had somebody waiting patiently on the line for us. Is it one call or, okay. So at this time, we'll take comments from the public. Hello, you're on with the board.
Good morning, Board, and thank you for taking my call. I really do understand.
Oh, we just lost you. The call just cut out here, so if you can hear me, I'm not sure if she's off the line. Is she still on the line, or did the phone call drop? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. All right, I think she's calling back in. Apologies, we're still working through our technology, and it adds an extra layer of excitement to every board meeting. Again, thank you for being patient. I think we're doing everything we can to get in touch with the person that had called. So I'm going to look to County Council. Well, first, was there anyone else waiting to speak that could go first? Okay, so no one else. If we cannot get in touch with the person that had called in, what are the steps we need to take after that point?
Well, I think we can maybe wait a minute and check with IT because I'm not sure what is happening. But if we can't get in touch, then we can proceed.
So tell you what, let's take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 11:50. We'll take a 6-minute break, 11:55. All right, we're back from recess. We were talking about business license and associated fire code and life and safety inspections, and we had reached the point we were trying to get public comment, and we had one person drop, and so I think we have them back on the phone. Is that correct? Hello, do we have you again?
I hope so.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. I'd say good morning, but we're almost to good afternoon, Board. Thank you for taking my call. I certainly understand the genesis of this item and understand the need to at least look at some cost recovery for those pieces that are mandated by the state fire marshal and then delegated to counties to implement. And additionally, I think you'll see some movement in the state legislature with regard to some of these pieces where you have mixed use or mixed occupancy and requirements. The ghost ship is a perfect example of where some of this is going to be moving to. But what I really want to talk to are some of the other business sectors that are on this. And I'm going to talk specifically about the agriculture sector because that's the one that I am most familiar with. And I'd say that California agriculture is the most heavily regulated industry, not just in the United States, but really is recognized worldwide. And think that there was a little bit of an understatement when we were talking about, or I heard some conversation about redundancies, because I think this has the capacity to have some redundancies in it. And I would point to some of the chemical applications that would be considered hazardous, and yet those are heavily regulated by our agriculture department. And so there's an education component, there is a registration and permitting fee component, there is tracking, both where you do the application and then the subsequent storage. And there are fees already associated with a number of these. And so what I would really encourage this board to do is utilize some of the advisory committees that are appointed by your board, in this case, the Agriculture Advisory Committee, to really look at where there may be some needed additional inspections. But let's not incorporate redundancies because it's really, I think, in some business sectors has the potential to do that. And understanding that actually a number of our small businesses, we may look at this as a once yearly fee, but really we are seeing a death of small business by 1 million cuts, and so, or 1,000 cuts. But I would really encourage you to utilize your advisory councils by different sectors and have your staff meet with them and really utilize the industry experts within the county to look at where you may have some redundancy so that we're not doing that or you're not doing that, because I don't believe that really is your intention here. So thank you for listening to my comments and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you very much, and I hope you're enjoying a well-earned retirement from all of this. Okay, I'm looking to see if any more public comment. Okay, no public comment.
Supervisor Campbell, just a point of privilege real quick.
Okay, I'm getting the one finger in the air telling me to wait, so it's the polite finger, not the impolite finger. Hello and welcome. Hello, you're on with the board. Can you hear me? I'm not hearing anybody speaking. Can you hear me? Is there anybody waiting on the line to speak to the board?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So if you can mute your computer or whatever device you're watching the board meeting
I was
on.
ringing and ringing while you. I was waiting while you were waiting. I kept hearing a ringing sound, and I didn't know what was going on.
Okay, apologies for
any
that.
kind of training that can be offered to employees of the county should be accepted. After the fiasco of the multiple fiascos and more fiascos to take place in the development on Highway 120 that is geographically unfeasible because of faulty zoning, there's a lot of things that have been done in the past that need to be addressed, and I don't know what the depth of misinformation, non-information is within the bureaucracy, but any moves to edify people are steps in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, at this time, we'll close the public comment portion of this item and then bring it back to the board. I can't remember where I started, but I think I'll start with the left side here. Comments on this, and I guess we'll restate what you're looking for here is direction on the business license, implementation of the fire inspections, whether to hire an inspector, and fee structure. Is that long and short?
And then any other businesses that your board might wish to exempt.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Chief Murphy, I'm really happy that you and I think somebody else mentioned the Oakland Ghost Ship. I think that's the best reason why we need to do this. I'm in favor of seeking reimbursement for the required state fire marshal inspections. I'm in favor of charging up to $35, whatever our actual costs are for a business license. I don't think that's too onerous. I'm in favor of charging the businesses for the cost of these inspections, but I have to say it can't be too onerous. We need to give them options, and one I can think of is option to reduce their costs by providing them beforehand a checklist so they can prepare for this inspection and make it quicker on their part. They can do their part up front, and it will streamline the inspection, and they will pay less for it. I'm in favor of researching where there is any other avenue for business owners to get reimbursed for this service. And that may be, I know the state reimburses, I think it's the state that reimburses for the state fire marshal. I'm just wondering if out there somewhere that we're unaware of, there are other reimbursement programs. I'd like that to be researched. I'm in favor of home-based businesses being exempt from fire inspections. Okay, something to look into, and it was just brought to my attention this morning, and I haven't had a chance to look into it any further. But I know of at least one business that is outside of the Sonora city limits that is required to have a city business license because they do business with people inside the city. We're talking about redundancies. I think this needs to be looked into. I am not for taking $25,000 out of contingency right now. That is sacred money. We are charged with the public trust of this money, and I think we have to have something in place, and I suggest that we do it very quickly. We bring this back as quickly as we possibly can so that there is time to prepare in advance before July 1st if we choose to do this. And if you haven't guessed by now, I'm in favor of full cost recovery. The county can't afford to bankroll this. We've got other matters to take care of as far as fire goes, and we've got to get those resolved first. We've got to get ourselves in order here. So with that in mind, and not wanting to make it too onerous for the business owners, I want to maybe offer some kind of a business discount for the first year when we're rolling it out. I'm in favor of a one-year rollout, maybe giving them, the ones who step up to the plate and get those inspections, maybe they get a discount. And for self-certifying in the off years, I think it's important to ask the business owners to fill out some kind of a form that tells us what kind of changes they have made to their business in the past year, because that could be significant, and we'd need to know that. I think it's important to make this program effective for fire safety, like I've said before, yet not too onerous on the business owners. And I do like the idea of consulting with the Ag Advisory Committee for redundancy. I think that covers it.
Great. Supervisor Kirk?
Okay. First of all, thank you, Murphy and staff, for putting this together. Obviously, we have to start somewhere, and we have a new board, so we're having the conversation. So anything I say, don't take it personal. It's just, we're business and sharing our thoughts. And so my thoughts on the matter are, and they're not in order, I wish they were, but I'm just taking it as we go. So I'm just going to go through them. Cost recovery, Tracy had kind of brought up the fact that we have the pool services, libraries, things that there's not full cost recovery. And I get that, but I think fire is something that's obviously it's a health and safety issue. It's a life-saving issue. So I do feel that we need to have things in place that will fund that. So I do think we need to have a cost recovery. Whatever this turns into, I support that. Business license. I do support a business license. I've spoken with many business owners who actually wish we had a program in place. I personally maybe don't so much like the idea, but when I talk to people who own businesses, they tell me some of the benefits they could use because of it. Also talking with Cole and knowing that the sheriff can use that information. So moving forward, I do support business license. I do think that however this rolls out, and I'll get into more details here in a minute, I do think that however this rolls out, I think it's important that they'll have to roll out at the same time. Because I think if we open with the business license separately and then a year, if say it was a year or two down the road, then we did this fire attachment too, I think it would confuse business owners. So I think it'd be important that however this rolls out, that we would do it at the same time. I'd rather wait longer and do it right than to confuse people and make it a little more complicated than it needs to be. I do think since we're talking about staff ratios or how many staff would this turn into, for me it would be really good to know how many people would meet, how many businesses we might have that would maybe justify staffing. So with that said, I don't know what staffing is going to turn into, but I want to start at the bare minimal, and I'd rather grow the program than to fatten it up and then reverse course and typical government being too bloated. So I would like to see more information on how many businesses we might think would justify the position and start small. I'm going to make this point. I'm going to make it really clear. I don't think any of this should start until this whole COVID drama is over. Businesses are struggling. It's just simple enough. We don't need to be rolling out something that's going to tax another fee onto another business when they can't even operate at full capacity. So I personally wouldn't want to see any of this take place until businesses are back up and running and people can afford to pay a fee. I don't feel like today is the day where we have all the full information. I would like to look, as I said earlier, I want to look at some of the ordinances. Sarah spoke about this, about some of the other jurisdictions and the ordinances they're implementing. I'd kind of like to have some of that information brought forward to the board. So if there's something that we're missing that we haven't caught, we could catch it before anything rolls out. I think current state services, and I kind of spoke to this, current services which are mandated, again, cost recovery for that I support. Okay, and then this is like 30,000 elevation foot picture. We have state mandates which are already in place. And at the local level, we're now talking about adding additional mandates, which I don't really support in I don't know what the word is, in conceptual ideas. But when we're talking about something very specific as fire, I kind of bend the ear a little bit more. So I want to make it really clear that we're going above and beyond what the state mandate is, which also brings me back to a point. So in this paragraph, it says these inspections take place in residential care facilities, hotels, motels, apartment buildings, schools, and senior centers. When you look at those mandated inspections, the way I look at it is basically places where people sleep, occupy overnight, and then of course children. Children are another, our number one concern. So right now, I feel like I don't have enough information to go after all those other things, but I do feel comfortable right now saying that Airbnbs, VRBOs, places where people occupy, I feel like that could easily be put under the umbrella of state mandated inspections, because perhaps when these policies were made, Airbnbs and VRBOs weren't around. So I think immediately I support any housing occupation where people are residing overnight for obvious life-saving safety issues. I'm not convinced about all the businesses. I'm big on numbers and statistics, and Murphy, when we say that in the last decade, we'll have to look at maybe a little more closely that there hasn't really been an increase. That kind of puts the brakes on it for me and says, well, if there hasn't been an increase, then why create new mandates, new inspections when maybe we don't necessarily need them? Kind of to Supervisor Brendan's point. But when we're talking about state mandates that are in place, I do support full cost recovery right now on those. And then last but not least, this came to mind. I want to move kind of slow. I know we want to do this maybe by July, but we're also talking about a parcel fire fee. And should that pass, I don't know if that would potentially pay for all these inspections. Maybe it wouldn't be a full cost recovery. So I'm assuming right now that wouldn't pass and that we would need cost recovery for things, but we also have this thing lingering out there in the future where if we do a fire fee, it might bring in plenty of revenue to offset some of these costs and to help these businesses to where they may not have to pay full recovery. So let me see if I answered all these questions. When it comes to there's a question about using contingencies. I agree with Supervisor Half. Absolutely no contingencies. If this were to launch moving forward, I think it should launch. A good plan should be once it were to take place, those inspections would start immediately funding the program itself. I don't think we need to be using contingencies for this. And then how frequent would your board like fire code and life safety inspections to take place? I'd say whatever the state mandate is what we should do, not go above and beyond that. So hopefully, I know there's going to be some differing opinions, but that's kind of where I stand on the matter. Again, I support Airbnb, VRBO as falling under that umbrella. I feel like I need more information at the next meeting regarding if I want to jump on board with businesses when maybe the data, over the last decade hasn't really shown a strong indication. But I could be persuaded both ways, but I feel like I need to have more conversation about that. So if you need any clarity, let me know, but that's it for now.
All right. Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, I pretty had covered everything I wanted to earlier. Just wanted to reinforce we need to do this, right? It's very important in this public safety, it's life safety, so I don't think it's an option that we don't do it. But I concur with other thoughts here that the timing is definitely a consideration. I'd love to see it in place tomorrow and up and running, but also the impacts to our local businesses right now is it's very difficult. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'd like to move forward and look forward to seeing more information at the next session. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Brandon.
Right. I was saying, in thinking about this for me, and when a business owner comes to me in the community and asks me to explain, and I don't think we're doing a vote on this right now, it's just board direction, am I correct?
Yep.
But in the future, in having that vote, I need to be able to explain to them, I think in my understanding, what is the value to them and to the community that they are paying for in a very clear way, not a hypothetical way. So that means that it has to be, I think, an easily and readily quantifiable problem. This is how many fires we've had. These are the problems we've already had. This is how that will be a solution. Right now, at least just from this discussion, and I know this wasn't part of the presentation, I look forward to it in the future, so I don't think this was missing so much. It'll be a development later. But it needs to be, I think, seen that this is not a hypothetical problem we're solving. This is a real problem, especially compared to other areas. Because if at the end of the day we find out other areas have this and our rates are not higher than theirs, potentially then this might not be something that needs to be done right now. And the last question is, if it is a problem that is existing, is it a priority? We have a lot of huge concerns we're facing in the county. We do talk about fire risk and fire safety as one of our biggest concerns. But staff do have a limited amount of time. We talk about ingress, egress, fuel or fire fuels management, catastrophic wildfire. In the conversations I've had and the concerns brought to me, structure fires have not been the primary concern when we talk about the fire risk that our community faces here. And I can only speak to my experience, but talking to a lot of people in that. So going through specifically with the business license, I think there's very clear value to businesses in our community. We have to have information to be able to make decisions. And had we done this a year ago, coming into COVID, we would have been much better prepared to be able to adapt and support that. I think this is something that, if it was my preference, should be trying to limit how much administration has to be taxed by it. If it can be done all online, and then the people who maybe need a little extra help on that are able to find the digital resources or go to Motherlode job training, I think that could maybe make it a lot easier on Debbie and her staff and everybody as well, and potentially more time in between than every year. I'd be interested in exploring. But in concept, I'm really for business license. I think that is something that our community needs. For the fee structure, I think there's a difference between the mandated businesses we currently do it for and subsidize the amount, as well as the businesses that this is a new fee for. For the ones, as Supervisor Half mentioned, which are already paying this fee, cost recovery, we need revenue at the county, and offering free services like this is an opportunity to be able to look at when we're cutting a lot of our other services that are so critical, roads. This is an opportunity to recover revenue to then provide to valuable services as well. I don't think we should do this for any non-mandated business, or we should approach it the other way. Instead of having a large list and taking out some exemptions, we should be extremely targeted. If it is what was that, Supervisor Kirk? VRBO, thank you. And businesses such as that, then that should be the one that we look at specifically. I think the approach of looking at everything and taking a few out will be a lot of expense onto our community. So cost recovery, I think, is a very good option to explore, but new fees, I would have a very hard time supporting that, especially right now. Some alternatives for that is if it had a very long delay time into the future, or if there was a way that the 8650 could be reduced, potentially by having new people trained that are task specific just to this. And the last is if there's any type of higher reliance on self-reporting, having more time in between, whatever can be able to be done to reduce the cost. In line with that, because I don't think this is necessarily the right step right now, I would not support front loading from contingency funds for a fire inspector immediately. And I think overall, with the precious staff time that we have to be able to write grants, look at these different tasks, with this particular discussion, it may end up being that, the rest of the board, there's the support for that. I have a hard time under almost any circumstance supporting a new fee on businesses unless it's relatively inexpensive and very, very high value. So thank you.
All right, thank you. And yeah, and I'll just say right off the bat, it's really encouraging to see. I agree with what each of the supervisors have said with respect to using contingencies to hire position, and it's it's very encouraging to see that kind of discipline. I think there is the temptation there to want to bring on new staff to provide these vital services, and I understand that, but we need to have a way to pay for it first, and I think in that interest, I would definitely support having a business license of this nature that does not exceed $32, and then the inspections. And one of the things I was going to suggest, Supervisor Half, you had mentioned the Ag Committee. I think the person that called in had suggested that. I was going to actually make a similar suggestion, except with the Citizens Fire Advisory Committee, since that's, I see that as more of a catch-all for, if it's ag or if it's some other kind of industry or business, it could all fall under that same umbrella and get some kind of direction from that group. But I'm open to discussing it. But having some kind of committee insight on this, whether it's Ag Committee or Fire Advisory Committee, I think would be valuable. And again, that goes to the point of whether or not we want to reduce rates for any particular business. Supervisor Brandon had kind of brought up the point that this will make events somewhat more expensive. And so if I was, to cherry pick, that's an area where we might look at potentially reducing costs, since it's not a significant ongoing cost. It might not hurt the program too much to have some kind of an incentive there to reduce it. Also including Airbnbs and Airbnb, other types of rental lodging, I think is warranted. That it's a fact of the economy that we live in here in a vacation-heavy area like Tuolumne County, and it needs to be considered. We need to make sure that these businesses are operating safely if they're having people from out of the county coming in there. I think that's an important consideration. But on top of that, to exempt home-based businesses, we don't want to unduly burden people that are, operating, they're selling stuff on eBay or things like that really have minimal public interaction. I think it's not warranted to have the same level of inspection as some of these other larger businesses. Let's see. So Supervisor Kirk and I think everybody had mentioned that, so we kind of had talked about July as the target rollout for this. I think that's too early. I think Supervisor Half, you had mentioned putting it a year out. I wrote down October, which would be I think 10 months or so. But some kind of delay there, I think, is in lieu of actually reducing the rate or having some kind of gradually increasing fee structure. I think just giving businesses more time to adjust to this is probably the cleanest solution for all involved. And that would also give us more time to come up with a way to, it would give us more time to hire new staff once we have it implemented and those types of things. And then, I think the big question, I've talked to many businesses and individuals in our county about exactly this topic over the past several years. It's been something that's been very important to me, and something that I think has been missing for a long time. And Supervisor Brandon, you kind of touched on a little bit, is what am I getting out of this? If I'm a business, what are they getting out of it? Well, with business licenses, we are blind in this county in many respects as to what trends are taking place, what businesses are operating, where they're operating, what they're selling. David, you had mentioned we had trouble connecting with many of these businesses to get them vital relief through the CARES Act. And so this is a tool to do that. It's a tool for the county to communicate with these businesses. It's a tool for businesses to view real-time economic information about what is going on in this county, and that they can then use to target new customers, change their businesses in ways that might be more profitable. It's something that we've been needing desperately in this county for many years. What do they get out of fire inspections? Well, every year that I've been on the board, and many years prior to that, we have a very difficult, intense discussion about budget cuts. Where do we take money from? Where do we put money? And fire is included in that. And these inspections, they're state mandated, but they're still included in that conversation. What this does is it takes them out of that conversation that fire inspections in this county are funded, and that it's no longer part of the horse trading of the county's general fund. And I think that's extremely valuable. I don't think it's a service that should be included in a lot of those respects. And the last thing I'll say is that fires don't end at the forest. I mean, we may tend to think that, but we still need inspections of these businesses that have a lot of people coming in and out of them, and that there's a potential for harm and for danger to the public. I mean, the ghost ship is a perfect example of the worst case scenario that we would never like to see here. So I don't know. I think we're pretty close to on the same page. Did you need Supervisor Brendan?
Yeah, Supervisor Campbell, even though this is board direction, whatever the version would be, but to split the question, because it really does seem that we have two things. We have the business license that we're discussing, and then we have taking time for the fee schedule and recommendations for the fire protection and inspection fees. Potentially, if it was a year or October or whenever to relook at this, I think it would be valuable to look at the business license quicker. And I think it's a lot simpler of an issue, especially removing this. And then we can take that full time to look at the fire inspection schedule. So if there's a way we can provide direction in two different timelines and split that, I think that'd be more helpful.
Well, and that was kind of one of the things we had talked about, and thanks for bringing it up. And I'll look to staff a little bit. Do we need to have the inspections first before? I mean, is that ideally how these things work? Is that you do your fire inspection and then you get your business license? Because what would be the incentive, I guess, if I've already got my business license to then arrange my fire inspection? Is there some kind of penalty, or is this, would we have to start from scratch to do it that way, or what would be the process?
Supervisor Campbell.
Yes.
So
Sorry, Liz. It just, so
That's okay.
if you had heard what Liz had said, what she'd recommended is you would start it, but you wouldn't get a renewal until you'd had that fire inspection for those that the board had directed would have that fire inspection.
Okay.
So some counties don't have a fire inspection for their businesses. They go through a different process or don't have them at all. We were just linking these so that there wasn't this nickel and diming that sometimes businesses feel, that they would know in the beginning what the expectations would be attached to this new regulatory process. So that's why they were linked together in that.
I see.
Just to be clear.
So if we were to do the business licenses first, then they'd get a bill for the 32, and then if we were to add the fire inspections, then they'd get a bigger bill the next time.
Right.
And I guess that's the concern.
Exactly.
Okay, and they would be wondering, why is this
Right.
cost increasing?
We didn't want it to feel as if we were being misleading and not being transparent in the total expectation as we move through the process. Now, I have a couple questions when you get there, just so I can make sure that we as staff are clear on how you as a board would like us to proceed once we get to that point.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess that's a good place to start then. I'm trying to remember who was supportive of keeping them combined.
I was, but if it's separated out enough, I just didn't want confusion between businesses. But when I think about it, actually, if you were to do the business license fee now, the renewal wouldn't be for another year. Yeah. So it really wouldn't be a big difference. And so I'm fine with fine with that. And I think the data we could get from that, we could immediately start using that data, like I said, like we had talked about with Cole and with other, planning with the sheriff and OES and whatnot. So I think it'd be better to jump on that sooner than to let it be bogged down by waiting.
Piggybacking on that, could we get an estimate, maybe from Debbie? I'm not sure who exactly would administrate this, of what, with just specifically the business license, a time frame would be reasonably? Because I think, as Supervisor Kirk mentioned, it would be immediately valuable as soon as we got it. This could be implemented for a lot of different departments. Sorry to put you on the spot, Debbie.
Yeah, just to tag on to that, there's no reason why we couldn't make a decision to do the business license in the beginning, hold off on implementing the rest of it, but we could, as a board, decide on the price, get that all locked up and say, okay, we're passing this as a package, but the second part of it will be implemented on X date, and they'll know the cost ahead of time. So that's a way to...
So when they get their business license, they'd be notified that you'll have a fire inspection next year. So then we would then move up the business license portion.
That would be my...
Because then it wouldn't be necessary to put the business license out a year and then wait another year for because that would be too long.
No, I think we need to get the business license in.
Okay. And then, Debbie, I think you had a
And
comment.
just real quick, because you might be able to answer this too, but is there a rollout for this? Because if everybody's business license is it like the fiscal year, then obviously, or is there a better way to roll this out where there's...
We talked about this. If you look at some of Calaveras County, you look at the city of Sonora, and you look at some of the other entities, they have everything almost based on a calendar year. So the business license in Calaveras County, because we looked at that yesterday, is due January 1st, and it's late the last day of February. So you have 60 days to pay your business license. The city of Sonora, I don't know what their lag time is off the top of my head, but I know when we owned a business that it was due January 1st and there was some kind of lag time. There's some benefit to that because then you can only deal with proration of new businesses. And again, there's different models out there that we looked at. And if you open the business between January and June, you pay the full year. If you open the business between July and December, some of them you pay one in a quarter, and then you don't pay the following year's business. I mean, those are all the things that we can talk about on how you want to do that. The more that we put in the database and the more that the system sends out the letters and does like all of that, the easier it is going to be on staff. It's really easy to run a report on March 3rd and tell me how many businesses haven't paid to know what my delinquency is versus having everything, whatever date they start the business or whatever date we signed them up. If you're looking at into the future, having a calendar year or a fiscal year, again, whatever the board wants to do, is easier to operate from the staff level. It also helps us budgetarily wise to know 90X% comes in those 60 days. It's just going to be easier to deal with. But we can do whatever the board gives direction to do.
Let me ask this. How soon could the business license be implemented, just as a baseline?
That's county council because they have to write the ordinance. There's things that they have to do. I mean, I would say
We said July 1st.
months before, but I'm going to let them answer that one.
Right, so anytime your board's going to pass an ordinance, it's going to be introduced at one meeting, passed at the next, goes into effect 30 days later. But the issue for us is that there's a lot of data and information that you want to see. So that's going to take time to research it, to bring it back to your board before we could even, if it was a straight business license, we got really clear direction. That's all you were interested in right now. That part's really easy. But if we're going to start looking at different ways to do the fire inspection included with the ordinance, I think that's just going to take a little bit more time and a lot more research.
I mean, what would it take to implement the business license in July and fire inspection in January.
Are you wanting to do them together in one ordinance with just the implementation delayed?
I think we're looking at one ordinance.
Okay, so in that case, I mean, I think we need probably, I'd say a month to bring it back to you, just because we do need to do the research. I don't think it's realistic to think that we can get all of that research done by the next meeting, especially because we have a series of special meetings this week. So I'm thinking we need at least a month to bring back additional information. If you want us to bring back an ordinance for a first reading, we can do that.
I'm saying we implement, so for implementation, so when people actually get a letter for
That's Debbie.
for a business license, that happens in July.
Right.
And then the follow-up is in January for a fire inspection, and then they wouldn't have to pay either fire or business license until the following January 2022. And that's when it would start. Is that making sense? So that there's a break between the implementation of the business license and the fire inspection, yeah.
I think we're talking about possibly two different things that could be combined or not. I think Sarah is asking about an ordinance code. And I think ideally we'd want to have it all together in one ordinance code. However, it sounds like the implementation for the strictly business license could be smoother. So here's my question. Can we start with an ordinance that only includes the business license to begin with and amend it at a later date to include the fire, knowing full well that we're going to be doing that?
Yes.
Good.
The only thing that might not give for you is in your wanting to notify your businesses in the beginning that here's a new business license and here's what that fee will be in a year from now. So that would be the only thing that would kind of convolute it a bit. But we can always amend an ordinance. We just go through that process of doing so.
Right, and I was going to suggest too that if you amend the ordinance and you want to have more time so the businesses can understand that there will be a fee coming, then the implementation date of the ordinance, it will go into effect within 30 days, but the actual implementation of the inspection and the fee could be delayed for whatever amount of time your board would choose.
I'll say I agree with Supervisor Half. I think that would be a good approach to it. Not to say that it can't be revisited in the future, but we can amend, get the easy to do, immediate value one done while COVID is still happening, so we're able to use it to help deal with this crisis. And the one that I think is more complicated, we're able to deal with an amendment in the future.
Well, I mean, can't we just do them both in the same ordinance, and then when they're implemented, they'll be at different times? I guess I'm not seeing the difference between doing them separately and doing them. It seems like it's more complicated to do them separately when we're all basically kind of in agreement that they should be done. Why put it off, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
I guess my 2 cents would be, I think we all agree on the business license for all those good reasons, but I know for myself, I still have lots of questions that need to be answered and information presented before I can jump on board with that second portion. So that's just my perspective.
Right. But, I mean, we would be making a final vote on the ordinance, right?
Well, potentially, if we couldn't, and I say the royal we of the board, be able to pass the one combined ordinance, we wouldn't want to see both not end up going. I think with this, seems like that there's fairly unanimous agreement with the business license, and as Supervisor Kirk said, at least a lot of questions and discussion to be had about the other one that could delay it, and at worst, potentially,
Well, we're not making a final decision here, though. I think
Right.
it's just asking staff to work on both and not just one or the other. And I guess that's where the confusion is. I think that staff should work on both with the goal of having an ordinance that will cover both fire inspections and the business license. So why?
So
why
if it
do
was
them
just the business license, would it be sooner than July?
Right, I think we could bring back a business license ordinance, probably the first meeting in February for
Yeah.
a first reading,
So,
and
and I
then
think
the
that's what I'm
second
trying.
reading
I
mid-February.
think that's kind of what we're getting at. Is if we're just focused on the business license immediately, then we can get that up and running, get the info out there, start getting information back, start using that documentation.
So we,
Whereas if we do both, we're looking at July, and that's assuming that we all agree that it's going to be what we think it's going to be. But
Okay.
we still need to have those
okay,
conversations.
I think I see where we're getting. So you want to implement the business license essentially as soon as possible. And then, let's say how does this,
Are you
I'm going to
thinking
look
of
to
a,
staff and see how that would
well,
work.
I think we need some direction from your board. What are
Yeah.
you looking for the timeline for the business license? Like Debbie said, is it January through December? Is it July through, June? So once we know that, because if you start in March, is the renewal in January? So when is it that your board wants the period of that license to cover? Is it a calendar year, a fiscal year? I've seen counties do both. Where I used to live, mine was on a fiscal year. But they do, it could be any combination. So
If I may, I think I have a question that might be kind of at the root of this, is if we have X amount of staff time and resources and we split it between two different fairly potentially complicated projects, it's not to say that the business license would not have a lot of these questions come up, but would it be slower to pursue both of them, or could we take all of that staff time and resources and apply it to one, expeditedly get it back to the board and approved, and then switch back to the other task? Because, those hours are coming from other projects. And I think that's the discussion. So if it's all on one, could it be very fast? If it's split between two, would we be much slower?
anytime we bring an ordinance and then amend it again, that takes time. I personally, if we are shooting, say, for July 1st, would rather see us work and get it all done and ready. If you want to get a business license going, say April 1st, and we can bring back an ordinance, business license alone will be a simple ordinance for us to write because it's very clear cut. The fire component is what's going to be more complicated because you as a board will have to agree on which business types of businesses and how much do you want to charge, and that's going to take some time. But again, if you're looking for a July 1st, we all felt pretty good if your board were to provide clear direction that we could come back and get something ready for you by July 1st, meeting all those timelines. But that does mean clear direction on what it is you would like regarding the fire component. So I don't know if that answers your question. The one we can do, but what I was hearing also was that you wanted to make sure businesses knew up front that there was going to be an additional obligation on their part, both financially and accountability wise, for this business license. And if we want to do that, we kind of need to work on the two issues together in order to be able to give them the most accurate information moving forward.
One thing that I think I heard, and I would like your board to clarify, because maybe there's sort of a hybrid. The business license and recovery for the mandated services that are already provided, if your board agrees on that, I think that is something that we can bring to you soon. If there is disagreement about the full cost recovery for the mandated service, then I think, either we separate it or we just wait longer to bring it back to your board.
I'll just chime in when it comes to the business license. I support that today. When it comes to any of the mandate, like I said, we might have a discussion in the near future about fire parcel fees. So I'm not so quick today to jump on a final decision on funding mandates or non-mandated things, or even mandated things to that issue, because those may be covered if a fire parcel fee goes through. I think what I'm sensing is unanimous support for the business fee. Bring that back as soon as possible, and then have further discussion about that second portion. I can't predict the future, but I know today we're on agreement with the business license.
But we need to give staff direction to work on it. So,
which is,
what I heard is that there was support for both, and it seems to me what we're talking about is two different things. What I would like to do is to work on these together, and then we can have a discussion about the implementation of them, which is when people get letters, when it's actually going to be the rubber hitting the road. But the idea, what staff's looking for right now, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you want to know if we want to go ahead and come up with a plan to implement fire inspection fee regime, and it sounds like we do.
Well, there was two. So let me tell you, because I've been writing it all down. What I heard was there is unanimous, right now what I hear is that you want staff to move forward with the business license program. I heard that from all 5 of you. I heard a majority say that you are in support of recovering costs for the services that they already provide that are mandated by the State Fire Marshal Office that is not being reimbursed at this time. I did not hear majority of support for those that go above and beyond the State Fire Marshal. That's what I heard. If that's the way you would like us to proceed for now, we can come back. Probably it would, I don't know if we'll be able to do it the next time or not. We can have a more solidified recommendation of what would those costs be for the mandated inspections they're already doing. We can also give you a little bit more clarification on what it might look like for those, just say for lodging. You've all been very clear about, you do have concerns where people are sleeping and residing, even if it's a temporary basis. So we could give you at least some ideas for sure. What is the cost for the mandated? Here are costs that you could consider for lodging as the first implementation, and then the business license. Again, because what I heard is if you're going to do it, what I heard from you is you would like to be able to give our businesses a heads up in the beginning when this program starts, so they're not surprised in a year when we say, oh, by the way, you have to pay this $200 fire inspection fee in order to get your business license renewed. You wanted us to be able to tell them that in the beginning so that there's no surprises later. If that's the case, we do need to work on these together in order to give them that information when this program is rolled out. So it sounds like business license, yes. We'll come back to you with what that looks like. We'll come back to you. We will have to come back to ask you to give us direction on the fees. So we will give you a list of what those fees would be for the current mandated state fire marshal inspections. And then for those, say if we just looked at lodging, and then we could kind of go through in tiers is what we talked about if your board wanted to look at that. Does that sound?
And the one thing I might add is we can have the Citizens Fire Advisory Committee review the fees and provide some input in that direction so that we have something to go off of. But then I guess, so is everybody okay with that?
And Supervisor Campbell, do you want the fire advisory or the finance committee? Because normally an advisory board does not speak to fees. We would go through the finance committee, and then that is made as a recommendation. And that's where we have 2 board members who sit on that. Okay. Just as a general, and then I do. You want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay,
we'll do that.
and that is a regular Brown Act committee, so we can get that ready, and then we can bring that recommendation from that committee to your board. The other thing I want to hit on, and we won't do it for some time, so it's okay. So whatever our fire inspectors are currently doing through the state fire marshal that they're doing on an annual basis, they're already doing that. But you won't be able to see that increase in fire inspections without having a body there to do it. And that's why that recommendation came in with staff. So, but if we were to first it sounds terrible. If we're first to start looking at recouping costs that they're already incurring for fire, the mandated, which is where Supervisor Half was going, that could help then offset the cost when we move into that next phase that are not state fire marshal mandated expenses, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So I would like to revisit Sarah's suggestion, Ms. Carrillo's suggestion. Those mandated services are not being reimbursed right now. We're losing out. And I think that could easily be combined with a business license, putting that in the first rendition of an ordinance. And my gripe is that, and it's like so many people out in the community, government moves so slow. And I'd like to see us move where we can, and it sounds like we could move in this direction right away. I don't know if it would be ready in April, May, whatever, but it would certainly be ready long before we hammer out all the distinctions and differences for the other inspections we want to do or not do. So
well, I'll look to staff. Is this a quicker, more efficient way to do this?
To go first with
to separate them with the intention of amending it later on?
I think it's either or.
I think it's a quicker process because what I'm hearing is a majority support, which is what it's going to take to pass the ordinance. So from my perspective, if the goal is to implement something sooner rather than later, then that is more efficient. But if there's another goal, then that has to be taken into account.
Again, I'm only saying this because I heard this from all of you. She's right, absolutely. However, we will not meet what I heard from the majority of you of giving the heads up to those businesses that may incur a cost later and may not get a renewed business license as a result. And you all kind of talked about, we're going to do it. We want to make sure they know up front. And I'm not trying to repeat myself to you over and over and over, but that is a part that I heard from you. If you're saying we're okay to not hit that up front, then we'll just move forward. But if that is a component, and Supervisor Goldenberg, you really had emphasized that, then we'll need to kind of work it all at once to make that happen.
Well, and speaking with the inspections about when we would actually start, whether it would be at the beginning of the fiscal year, annual year, or calendar year. And then the other side is, I forget who, but I had heard it mentioned on the board that potentially we wouldn't want to implement the inspection fees right now because we are in, a very deep canyon of the COVID crisis right now. If we are delaying that into the future and it was tied to the business license, it would either say that one, it would delay us doing the business license and getting that information, or two, it would put us in the exact same situation where we're doing the business license first, explaining that the fire tax will come later. So for me, that discussion seems, if they're tied together, the result might be somewhat the same of delaying it. Does that make sense?
No. So
I made the
I
comment.
just-
The comment was regarding not so much. $32 is no big deal. I think any business could float that. It was more of the inspection. That was the part that I didn't want to have implemented until we were through COVID.
Yeah,
that was where I was going.
I'm worried if we're not going to give a business license until they get the fire inspection, and if we're not willing to do the fire inspection as soon as we pass this or immediately, then we'd also be waiting on the business license into the future. Whereas if we separate them out, we could get the business license done now.
Do we have an idea of, beyond the mandated, how many businesses we're actually looking at would be in addition onto this program?
I think that was the first question to me. The issue is we don't really know. We have pieces of it. When COVID hit, I was able to give Cole a list out of our HAL files of all the businesses we had that filed fictitious business licenses. However, it's a really bad list because businesses only pay that every 5 years, and most people know that brand new businesses have a failure rate close to 90% in their very first year. If I remember right, that was well over 3,000 businesses. Good number I can give you is that the businesses in the unincorporated area, which is what we're talking about, that pay sales tax is right around 3,200. Now, maybe next quarter that number may be less, but right now that number is about 3,200. Now, some of that 3,200 will be in the business licenses. Mm-hmm. The one group that we kind of don't gather is the professional group. Right. If I hung my shingle out there as Deborah Batista CPA, I probably won't pay sales tax. I don't need to pay for a fictitious business license because I'm using my name. So, I don't know if Cole has a better idea, but I mean, you're roughly, pick a number. You're somewhere 5,000 plus businesses in the unincorporated area that you're talking about. Now, are we going to do all of those? Some of those people who collect sales tax are businesses out of their home. Are we going to charge them business licenses? I mean, those are a lot of the questions that we kind of need direction on, knowing how and what to do.
Supervisor Campbell, Eric had brought up a good point in texting me. If your board were to move forward with the business license first and we get a full year of looking at the business license, we will then have a number of and we'll be able to start looking at industries, and you'll have a better subset of information to make some of these decisions. Who do you want to apply it to? Who do you don't? Recommendation would be anyone that is doing any type of business in the county of Tuolumne, the unincorporated unincorporated areas should have a business license. As Supervisor Kirk said, $30 isn't usually a breaker. You know, $800 could be a problem when you're looking at some of these. So we could do that. And then we could also, so if we keep it to that, we could also look at where we're already doing the fire inspections. If your board wants to start moving in the direction of recouping the cost for the mandated fire inspections, we could look at that. And your board could decide, after we bring it in, do you want to give that a year before? And we just start giving everyone notice that in a year that the mandated fire inspections will be at a cost to, at a cost to the businesses. So we could move forward with the business license. That allows us to start getting information in order for your board to make a more informed decision on who you want to have a fire inspection. Then for the mandated inspections they're already doing, you could make that effective not until January of this next calendar year. So everyone has notification beginning January, those businesses, and I'm just coming up with a date, your board would be able to pick that date, obviously, but you could then give notice that those who are already subject to those fire inspections would now be expected to pay the cost of those fire inspections. That also helps whenever we start recouping the cost for providing specific services. It does then alleviate some of the strain financially on that department to then put the funding that they have towards other services, whether it be training in the case of fire, whether it be training, supplies, whatever it is, equipment, which we know they always need. It does provide a little bit of, in this case, it will provide a little bit of wiggle room for some of the things that they're not necessarily getting to do right now.
Okay,
So I think that would be a reasonable approach to take. I like that idea. And when Debbie mentioned the date for, renewals, I like the idea of a January 1st date. And you can do the prorated thing. I've seen it with a number of places do that. And so maybe their first fee might be less, and even though it costs us staff time, that's just something we'd have to accept. But then we could get into this January 1st and on. So.
Yeah, that sounds fine. I guess my hesitance comes from the more we need to have some kind of fire inspection plan in place, and the more we put it off, the more difficult it becomes. And I guess I don't totally see the value in separating them out, since we need both anyway. But I think that's a pretty good plan if we use the data from business licenses to help inform fire inspection fees. That could be a useful tool to have. So what would be the target? So would the target for a fire inspection plan still be July 1st, and then the business license would be earlier? And I'm talking about not actually implementation. I'm just talking about having something for the board to vote on.
If you're wanting an ordinance, a single ordinance, we would have to come back with more board direction.
No, I'm saying an ordinance for business licenses. Well, March? Early March?
You mean to bring an ordinance back?
Yes.
Yeah, we're definitely by
Okay.
early March.
And then an amended ordinance including fire in July? Is that feasible?
We will be doing budget at that time, so I'm
No,
just,
that's true.
there's, as those who've been through this more, we have some periods of time when there's a little more flexibility in regards to staff time and your time for really having the time to consider and talk these things through. So obviously in June, we'll start in May, so if anything we could do right now will help us get that much closer. So, the business license itself is an easy ordinance to write. And we can also get to the mandated services. That will be easy to include. It's really your board's consideration and discussion amongst yourself about where do you want to go with those are outside the state requirements. That is where you're not all on the same page with where and how you would like to see those applied.
Okay, so how about this? We go ahead with the business license by first, but we continue working on the fire inspections. We work through the committees and then come back with a completely separate ordinance, or would you be looking for an amended ordinance?
If you want to move as quickly as possible, a separate ordinance, as Sarah had said,
Okay.
we could get that to you very quickly. And then we can begin rolling out some education and information to the community about what this new requirement will be. And then, I mean, we can always amend it, and it just takes a bit of a process, but we can amend it as we move forward. Should your board decide you want to add on those mandated fire inspections, earlier, and then discussions about those that are not mandated at a later date as well.
Okay.
I will second that.
Does that sound good?
I was gonna say, and cost recovery,
Full cost recovery
which one would that be in?
For mandated.
for mandated.
I concur.
Okay. And you're just looking, oh, sorry.
Wait, so we're throwing in full cost recovery in with the business license
Well, that doesn't apply.
I know, that's why,
Yeah.
so we're moving forward with the business license. We'll work on that ordinance. We'll further discussion on the mandated, non-mandated.
Right.
Okay.
Right. That's what I'm hearing. You guys at least want to get the business license going.
Yeah, that data,
Knowing
that data is
that
going to help make
we're not
decisions.
going, when we roll that out, it's likely that they're just going to get it, being told to do an application, but not necessarily like when you go to renew, there may be a fee related to a renewal to get a fire inspection. So.
Okay. Is that good? All right. Do you need anything else from us on this?
I think so.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I have one question, and that is, for the mandated services that you're already doing fire inspections for, who gets reimbursed? If we started charging for them, because we're obviously, money is coming out of the county's pocket to pay for these inspections, and we're not getting reimbursed for it. So would the county basically pay for those inspections, and then the county would be reimbursed rather than it being something put on the business owner to be reimbursed by the state?
Right now, they've been doing those, and their department has been absorbing the cost of those fire inspections.
Right.
Who would be reimbursed? Would you be charging those businesses, and the reimbursement would go to the fire fund to pay for those services that are being provided? So if I have a bed and breakfast, for example, and your board decides that I should have an annual fire inspection and say it's $200 a year, then I would be paying that to the County of Tuolumne. It would go to the fire fund.
Yeah, I'm talking about the already state mandated, not
That's
not
what
a
I'm
bed and
referring to.
breakfast.
Okay, I'm referring to the same thing. So if I'm a skilled nursing facility and I've been getting that all of these years, now I'm being told that there's going to be a fee, and that fee would be a check to the County of Tuolumne, and Debbie would code it to the fire fund.
So there's no other way of working that where the county bears the cost of that fee and the county is reimbursed?
That is what we're doing. No, the state does not pay for them.
State does not pay for them?
No, they do not. The department is incurring the full cost of that. It's like all of the other things that we need to provide. It's
Okay,
staff
then
time.
maybe I'm not understanding this, because I thought.
Supervisor Half?
Yes.
If I could this is one of those instances I'm sure you're familiar with where the state mandates services, but there is no funding from the state to provide that.
Okay.
It's the county's obligation to seek reimbursement from the person who's receiving the service, if we so choose.
All right.
Does that make more sense?
I don't like it, but yeah.
Yeah, get used to that feeling. Okay. Do you have everything you need?
I think so,
Okay.
yes.
Do you have everything you need? Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. All right, that's our last agendized item.
No, we have one more.
Oh, right. And I even marked it, and I didn't pay attention to my own notes. Clerk, would you please read item number 5?
Consideration of approving letters of support to Senator Feinstein for 2 proposed Senate bills fighting homelessness through services and Housing Act and the Affordable Housing Redevelopment Act.
Okay, Tracy Riggs, County Administrative Office. So on, October 21st, I am going back a few months. On December 21st, Senator Feinstein's office had contacted us, and she had plans to this week present two different Senate bills, and she's asking for your board's support on those. The first one is Fighting Homelessness Through Services and Housing Act, and the other one is the Affordable Housing Redevelopment Act. One of them, the second one, is a reauthorization, is what she's looking for. The first one is a new bill. The letter's in front of you, so because we had a lot of furlough going on during the holidays, one was written by Eric and one was written by myself. What we are asking your board is to consider that you would support these, and if you do support these letters would be signed by the board chair, and we would get those over to Senator Feinstein's office by the end of the week, if not, today. So, and if there are any changes you want to those letters, you could also direct us to make any changes that you might like as well. But she's just looking for support from your board for these two bills.
Okay. I'll start with Supervisor Brandon. Do you have any questions or on that, on the letters?
No comments except to say that I think this is great, and I'm really happy that you found these bills. We're able to connect with her office and be able to show our support for more funding sources and availability for money pots to help solve homelessness and housing shortages in our county. So thank you.
My comments are the same. Yes, please proceed.
All right, Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, just a few things on the affordable housing section 3 definitions. It talks about it says a city, county, collaborative, public housing authority or development agency or any nonprofit. So it looks like with this affordable housing bill that nonprofits would be eligible to potentially apply for this granted money. So I like that idea that nonprofits can get involved. My concern, so I support the affordable housing, even though I think it's an oxymoron because we live in California, which is the most regulated state in the union, and try to build a home, which I did 3 years ago, and you're pretty much screwed by the state when it comes to regulations. So, but I support that bill because I think it's going to be great for nonprofits to be able to jump in and help. But when we talk about fighting homelessness, I don't see anywhere in here where it allows nonprofits to apply for the grant, and I'm asking clarification because if I look at line 14, line 11, it says, in general, to be eligible to receive a grant under the program under subsection A, an entity shall be a governmental entity, city, regional, or local level, Indian tribe, or tribal organization. Is there any clarity on this? And sorry, because I read it early this morning, this piece. Can nonprofits apply for any of this granted money to help fight homelessness?
We could ask, and if not, your board could direct that we could add that in. But right now, what you have is what we have. Do you have something you want to add?
Yeah, I believe just because I did read through it before drafting the letter, and the entity or the government agency would have to be the one that applies and has to do with that 25% match. But they encourage you to work in partnership with everybody else, including the nonprofits.
So we could apply for the granted money.
Correct.
We could be the middleman, hand it off to the nonprofits.
Correct.
You're sure?
So, right, well, not a handoff, but
yes, please.
So much like, like with the money we received, let's say for ADCA, where it came to us, and then we provide a sub-award, so we could work with nonprofits in that manner.
Okay, so.
But we are the applicant, and we're ultimately responsible for that grant. Yes.
So hypothetical, say we get $10 million and we give it to a nonprofit to build or to help with the homeless plan. Do we own that money moving forward with that nonprofit? Do you have any sense of?
It would depend on how they write that grant and that process. I think it was where Supervisor Campbell was going. Okay. There are some that when they are a subrecipient through a governmental agency that we own whether they're compliant, and if they're not, it comes back on us. Well, the simple way to address that would be just in our letter, we could add that we would encourage the senator's office to include the ability for nonprofits to also be a direct applicant to this funding should it be approved.
And so that's where I'm getting at, because the affordable housing one specifically speaks to that, but the homeless one doesn't. So maybe if we could amend it to request that it's given the same option for nonprofits to be able to apply, make that clear. If I can add that to the letter, I would support both. Otherwise, based on what I'm reading with the homelessness, I wouldn't support that one. So if we could just add it to the letter.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it seems pretty, typical is that the money is requested through a government entity so that there is some oversight of that funding, where it's not just a blank check to a nonprofit, so that the state knows that the county of Tuolumne is making sure that this money is being spent in a proper way. But, you know, if we wanted to codify that in additional language, I'd be fine with that. Like, you know.
And I just bring it up because, like I said, in one bill it's clear, but in the other it's very clear that it's county government, very specific. So if I'm her and I could tweak that, I would at least request it.
Okay, we can put it in the letter.
Okay.
Okay, I'm generally in favor of this. I haven't read all the fine print of the bills, but the 25%, I wasn't clear, the match, if that could be in kind or if it has to be actual money. And I like the idea of repurposing blighted, vacant, abandoned buildings to achieve homes for those that don't have them. And I'm just wondering, you know, before this bill is even entered into the vote, if it can be also used for other ideas, or if it has to be exclusively for the blighted homes. The reason being, I have an idea, something I'd like to pursue, the rest of the board willing, at some point, and maybe not with this grant, where we create a business here locally using our raw natural resources and build tiny homes. And we build tiny homes for a way of helping people who want to get a leg up on a craft or a job. And we can export those to other places, and we can also use them here to fill the void as far as housing goes. So I don't know if this, I'll talk about this probably until we can realize it in some format, and it may not be with this grant. I would not hold up my approval for this grant because of that, but I'd like to see that included at some point.
Yeah, the question I have on this is, like any legislation, can you tell me succinctly what does this do for Tuolumne County, or what would this do for Tuolumne County?
Remember, she's just presenting it, so it hasn't even gone anywhere yet, so she's just going to present it to her colleagues. I have shared already with her representative the difficulties that rural counties have in competing for these types of grants. So what it could do is it could provide funding for us, such as maybe there's a hotel that someone has on the market that we could renovate, and we could make it available for those who are experiencing homelessness or at risk of experiencing homelessness. So what it could do is provide funding in a way that would help us have a permanent place for individuals who are moving through that process of getting back into a more secure place to live. So that's what it could provide. We would have, it's competitive, as you saw. These are not allocations, and we would be competing with every other county in the state or city or tribal government for these funds as well. So that's where it would be. Now, I have shared, like I said, that rural counties are at a huge disadvantage. We don't have as many properties that sometimes meet this. We also don't have the resources to turn around on a dime. Like, for example, you may remember we did have some funding that they put out, and I can't remember, was it Home Key? Home Key. They wanted it done so quickly that we just said there's no way we could get that done. Well, now they just extended it. And so I use that as an example with the senator's office. Had we known that they were going to do that in the beginning, we would have applied and we would have moved forward with the recommendation to your board. But because it was not put out in the beginning, we didn't apply. So I've been sharing all of these things with our office, but it would provide a competitive grant of which we could apply for.
Yeah, and in the same wheelhouse essentially as Home Key. Right. I mean, and that's kind of basically what I was getting at, is that this is an area, I mean, we have so many housing issues in our county, at every level. And this targets the level of housing insecurity for the most vulnerable people in our community. And so, on that alone, if anybody's trying to alleviate that problem in any way, I'm supportive of it. So that's basically all. My whole opinion on this is if somebody's trying to make a difference, I'm going to support them. So, and then you had another comment, sir.
Yeah, sorry, just one last comment. I spoke, but sometimes I don't always put the why behind it. The reason why it's important to me that nonprofits be eligible for this is just my firm belief is, once government gets involved with this kind of stuff and owns it, we're hook, line, we're responsible. I'm all about helping homeless people. I'm all about helping people who are down and out who need affordable housing. But what I'm not about is becoming responsible and you look at San Diego County where they built this $50 million skyrise to house homeless, and the whole program was supposed to be to provide them services, get them on their feet and get them out. Well, guess what? I spoke with one of the supervisors. 3 years later, they're still in there doing their thing. They're not leaving. And so it's important to me that if the community wants to see a change in the homeless population or affordable housing or some of these discussions, that they are they are more responsible, I think, on some of these issues in government. We can be a support and we can be a pass through. And again, this is just my personal ideas. And that's why I think it's important that we allow, that we're not competing with the private sector, that we're not, we can be part of the solution, but I don't want us to own the solution. And so that's why it's important to me that we have the availability through these grant monies to get nonprofits involved and get them the money so we can work it together and not be responsible. So that's just for people listening, that's the 2 cents behind why I think that's important moving forward for me.
Okay, so if I'm hearing it, we're approving the draft letter with the addition of language emphasizing the importance of working with nonprofits, public and nonprofit collaboration.
Yeah, we can just
pull with the disbursement of grant funds.
Yeah, we can just pull some of the verbiage from the housing bill and put it into the homeless one if we can just make that recommendation.
Okay. Everybody okay with that? Supervisor Brandon?
Yes, I'm fine with that. I wanted to make a recommendation to codify into it also. I think Tracy has a really good recommendation of if there's any way to save or set aside a portion for rural counties. At the end of the day, whether it's government or nonprofits, it seems like under this current bill, it's probably going to big urban areas anyways, and so we're making recommendations on how they spend their money. I think we should make a recommendation also on how we would be able to get a competitive application in.
But you're not talking about the letter, you're talking about communicating with.
If we're making recommendations to changes to the letter, having a portion of those grants set aside specifically for rural areas.
They are, aren't they?
So there's nothing in here specifically about rural areas. I was just saying I had been communicating, and what Supervisor Brandon is saying is sounds like you'd like us to include something about making some portion or percentage that would be directed specifically for rural counties, so that we're not competing with the larger counties, of which we have a very difficult time. So we could add that in. Okay. We will need a motion, but I would ask that you would include not only those changes, but that the board chair could review and also approve those changes and then get that signed and we can get it out to the senator's office.
Okay, so everybody good with that? Okay, so you have an idea?
So do we need to motion to approve
and we
each
haven't done public
recommendation?
So just to make sure,
either.
we're adding language stating that a portion of the grant funds be specifically set aside for rural communities.
Yes, and then yes.
As well as addressing the nonprofit areas that Supervisor Kirk was.
Yeah, there'll be two.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm looking to the back to see if we have anybody who would like to make public comment. Okay. I don't see any, so I will close public comment. And if there's no final comments, I'll entertain a motion to approve. I guess you'll need to with those changes and then authorizing the chair to sign.
Yes.
I'd like to make the motion to approve sending the letters with the amendments as discussed.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Goldenberg and a second by Supervisor Brandon. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Okay, motion passes 5-0. All right, so the last thing on our agenda today is reports. We haven't done reports for some time, and it's something I think that's important that we bring back just for our new board members. So if you're not aware, as I'm sure you probably already are, but reports are a time where we can discuss what work we've been doing in the community, what committees we've served on, and other concerns and topics we'd like to raise in future meetings. So at this time, we'll start with county staff. Ms. Riggs, do you have any reports? Okay. County council?
I think your board probably knows that we spent a great deal of time on some development projects recently, and also a local enforcement agency appeal hearing, and that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Board clerk? Okay, no reports. Start over here with Supervisor Brandon.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And is it Supervisor Campbell or Mr. Chairman?
Either one.
Okay.
Dealer's choice.
Kind of like Mr. Chairman. Chairman Campbell. I have a small written statement that I'd like to present since we're just getting new to the job. There have been, I think, numerous Zoom meetings by all of us over the last couple of months, and I'll save updating on some of that work for another time. I just want to say that I cannot say enough what a humbling experience it is to have the trust of our wonderful community and of District 5, and to profusely thank all those who supported, guided, and otherwise stood with me, and those who were able to make this possible. And looking back, I appreciate the service of the board before us, the work that they've placed in, and that the community's placed their trust now in us. But I ran for a reason. You put me here for a reason, politely saying to get stuff done. For providing opportunity through housing and business and policies that keep this a vibrant area. And we have an entire board of first-term supervisors and the space finally to, I think differently. It's a double-edged sword. It's both a challenge and a huge opportunity presented to our county. The enemies I think that we face from my perspective and guidance of what I would say to the board are inertia, complacency, distrust, political expediency, fear guiding our actions, doing things because they've always been done that way, or the opposite is being so risk averse we're afraid to take any actions whatsoever. So my pledge to you and my pledge to the public is I'm going to work my butt off. I will challenge the process every day, probably sometimes too much so, and to always see if there's a better way. We will not agree 100% of the time, but I will listen to you and I will do my best in every circumstance to make a decision that is informed and that takes into account your perspectives and the perspectives of the public as well. And so as I begin with my service, I just want to close with this. To everybody who is still watching this, I know it's been a very long meeting, your county needs you. And we are 5 people up here with somewhat limited personal staff, unlike other counties. We have an amazing county staff that are working 1.5 to 2 jobs each. We need people to step up for committees. We need them to step up to help their neighbors and serve on nonprofit boards. We need more people to get involved and be a part of this because the issues that we face took a long time and a lot of people to create, and it will take the exact same thing to get out of this. So please, if you've been thinking about that, reach out. I believe any one of us would be willing to help get you involved in the community and be able to point you in the right direction. I think it's going to be a really great 4 years. I'm really looking forward to getting started. I'm looking forward to presenting at our next meeting a proposal I've been discussing with my personal staff I'm working with on creating a standing committee in perpetuity for homelessness and supporting some of the nonprofits locally. So please, that's something that I'm looking forward to introducing. And other than that, Chairman Campbell, it was an honor having the meeting. I think it went really well. Thank you for leading it. The fellow board members, I'm very excited and honored to be serving with you. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and it's wonderful to have you here. And just so you know, this was probably the shortest meeting we've had in months. So, you know, they get pretty long. So, Okay, Supervisor Oldenburg.
So very much the same sentiments. Deciding to run for the Board of Supervisors at all was a huge consideration. Had a lot of people with many concerns. Got great input and a lot of assistance, to get to this point where I'm sitting on this board. For them, I owe just a tremendous amount of thanks and gratitude for allowing me to be in this position where I'm serving. We've got many challenges in front of us right now. These are troubled times. COVID is impacting all of our lives in many different ways. Financially, emotionally. I've personally had 2 friends locally here that died from this terrible virus. I had a cousin in Paris, France that died. This was a cousin that was in World War II and made it through 2 concentration camps. He was in both Dachau and Auschwitz and survived that but died of COVID. We need to do everything possible that we can moving forward and I know we are. We're doing a lot of things, but we just can't let up, on that. And I'm really excited to see now with the vaccinations coming in and hearing more information today in the board meeting about a new round that are arriving. So that's wonderful news to hear. And I've just got a lot of areas that I want to get into personally as far as talking with people, doing town hall meetings, and I know Supervisor Kirk's got one coming up here pretty soon, and I think there's going to be others as well. We want that. We want a participatory citizens, joining in and being informed, and also, as Supervisor Brandon said, to become a part of the solutions as we move forward. So thank you. Glad to be here.
Thank you, and also glad to have you as well. Supervisor Kirk.
It's been a while since we did reports.
Yeah.
I wasn't ready for that.
I wanted to bring it back.
Well, I kind of said this yesterday, but, welcome the new board. It's funny, Jaron, you just said that all of us up here who are serving less than 2 years. Excuse me, I don't have COVID. I don't have COVID, I promise. So welcome aboard. I wish you guys nothing but the best, and your families. I feel bad for you if you're married, because it is a lot of work, but God bless your spouses. And Jaron, good luck getting a girlfriend, being in office.
Thanks, Anaya.
Yeah. So anyways, but no, I'm optimistic for the future. Like I said, I've said in my blog, I don't care if you're left, right, black, straight, whatever it is. All I want is honest discussions, honest debates, and I think we all want to do what's best for the county. And we're not going to always disagree, or we're not going to always agree, but I think if we're all coming from a heart of transparency and honesty and, doing the research and putting in the time, then I think we can all respect each other's opinions at the end of the day. So just want you to know that. Yes, I am doing a town hall. For those of you who might be listening, it's going to be this Wednesday evening from 5 to 7. Zoom meeting. Go to Facebook. You can email me. Go to the county website under District 3. You'll see my email there. I am encouraging folks. I've already got probably over 150 emails today of issues and concerns. So I'm going through those. If I have not emailed you back, it's because they're rolling in, and I'm just trying to get organized for it. But looking forward to continue hearing from you guys at that town hall meeting. And really what it is just, it's not to answer all your questions, but it's to hear you. And then when our board has a retreat coming up here to set priorities, I want to take that information to the board and just let them know what I'm hearing. So also I did have a meeting with some of the folks up at U.S. Forest Service, Pinecrest. The corridor is getting trashed right now, and it's been in it's kind of been in a state of getting trashed the last few years. And so I just want you to know I'm having discussions with the U.S. Forest Service for some long-term plans, but also some low-hanging fruit that we might be able to address. And then finally, other than all the meetings and things that have been going on the side, we did open back up Hope Line. Hope Line is basically for people who are stressed out with this COVID stuff, having some effects, can't find maybe some food or distribution, or need somebody to talk to. It's basically, you call the number 533-7991. Again, 533-7991. Monday through Friday from 9 to 5. If you call that number, someone's going to pick up. They can be a resource. They could be a lending ear. They are not a public health emergency hotline. They're just a warm ear on the other side, willing to listen. And they have a list of county resources. And it's just something that we started back in March when this COVID thing kicked off, but it didn't pan out what the surge plan said it was going to be. And then now moving forward, now that we've had the third wave, it's definitely hit home more. Like David said, 3 people I know passed away from COVID. So it's much more in the community. There's a lot of mental health issues because of it. So again, Hope Line is just a number to call if you're home alone and you just want somebody to talk to. We have some great volunteers from some churches who just want to be a lending ear and love on you. So other than that, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Howe.
Yeah, I had wanted to make a statement yesterday, and it just didn't seem like there was any appropriate time, so I'd like to take it just a few minutes right now to publicly thank quite a few people, starting with my husband, who during my whole campaign was right there alongside me, just a trooper and a very big support. And then next in line would be what I called my kitchen cabinet, my campaign team. And then followed by, and no less than, but followed by so many supporters, whether they were financially supporting or doing something boots on the ground. It's countless. I had over 150 people, probably closer to 200 people helping to put me in the seat where I am today. I did not prepare for reports today, but, I have been working every day, it seems like, since being elected in March toward the goal of being here and to be able to hit the ground running. And I think I have done that. I have been meeting with all sorts of groups, culminating with, these last 2 appeals that happened with the developments past Groveland. So I just want the public to know that I have been very active from my home office rather than this office and unpaid to be ready for this day. I also want to say 2 more things. One is that I don't know what this year is going to bring for us. I look for good things, and I hope that it is the way we expect that things will open up. I'm not too sure about what's going on with COVID. I'm not too sure about what's going on with the election, the national elections. And I just want us to come together as a community, no matter what, to be compassionate with each other and each other's strong beliefs. And we've always come together in hard times and supported each other as a community. And I look forward to that going forward, no matter what 2021 brings to us. Finally, let's see, my last thought. What I envision for reports, for the reports section here, is also talking about what the constituents are telling us. I'd like to say, I took in X number of calls, X number of emails, and other communications where this is what I'm hearing from my constituents. This is what's important to District 4, and be able to hear from you what you're hearing from your constituents, because it may be really important, but if we're not talking about it in public, we're not going to know, because we can't talk about it privately with each other. So I'm hoping that that can be a brief part of our reports section going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for all of those comments. I'm just extremely excited at the year before us. We have struggled. We've been through a year like no other, and it's been more difficult on county staff, on everyone. I don't know anyone, and I don't think I want to know somebody that had a really great year last year in general. And within every crisis, there is opportunity. There is opportunity for change, for improvement, and for learning from past errors. And I see that opportunity is now before us. I've spent a great deal of time over the past several months working on COVID-related issues, trying to secure testing sites and be ready once we are able to do broad vaccinations to improve our community. And this is the way forward I see to get through this and to get to a point where we can capitalize on the opportunities that have been presented to us through this extremely troubling and trying time. And I have some strange hobbies. One of them is to read very old agendas from the Board of Supervisors for Tuolumne County and to see the names of people who have passed away years ago and to see the decisions they made in the past, decisions that we are still living with in this county, some good, some not so good. But for the three of you and also Supervisor Kirk, who was elected the same year I was, to take up that challenge and to be a part of that history, I think takes an extreme amount of courage and dedication to the community, that you are truly giving up a portion of your personal life to public service. And Kathleen, you touched on this a little bit. The piece of advice that I was going to give to you is to never forget who your boss is. You work for the people of Tuolumne County. We are here to do the people's business, and it can be, it's very easy to get focused on individual tasks and problems that you would like to tackle. I'm sure the fact that you're here shows that you're probably a very goal-oriented person, but you can never forget who you're working for. And there are people that may send you emails and calls, or they may not, but you still have to remember that they're out there and that you're working to provide them the opportunities and safety that they require. Just on regular, anyway, that was what I wanted to say to you, and one final welcome to the Board of Supervisors. I also wanted to say, just for my district's benefit, that there's been a great deal of work done on dredging, drainage, and road improvements, brushing along some of the roads, not just in my district, but throughout the county. And I really wanted to highlight the hard work that the roads department has done getting us prepared for the winter season. Sitting here in January this year versus this year in 2019 is completely different. At the same time last year, we were having roads wash away and losing major portions of our infrastructure due to deferred maintenance over the course of decades. And a lot of that has been shored up, and that's a big part of the reason why we're not seeing the same level of difficulty that we saw last year. Also, the weather is cooperating a bit more. So on that was all I wanted to say. Thank you all very much for listening in, and thank you to staff for participating. And last but not least, thank you to the board. And with that, I'll close the meeting of the Board of Supervisors.